Well, good morning. Thank you all for being here and for everyone's contributions today. You all hear me okay? Great, thank you. So I'm Tom Bristow, as I'm sure many, if not all of you know, and to my right is Matthew Birkinshaw, appointed to examine the Dacorum local plan and also the St Albans plan, incidentally. We've got Louise St John Howe in the corner, the programme officer, who's responsible for anything to do with the running of the examination. So looking around the table, we have some familiar faces. I think everyone has been either at these sessions or St Albans sessions. And we're now today, if we have the programme handy, we're on hearing day 15, looking at some housing policies in the morning, and then housing land supply, total housing land supply, 5-year housing land supply in the afternoon. So just a couple of points initially from me in terms of housekeeping before we go around the table and see who's here and your particular interest in proceedings today. Please keep your phones on aircraft mode or do not hotspot off them, as that interferes with the microphones, which are really important for the live stream and the recording. They track where you are. So please keep those on when you're speaking and turn them off when you're not. We've got a fair bit to get through, just in terms of how I would like to do it today, rather than necessarily go through question by question in terms of the matters, issues and questions that we have set out there. Trust everything's okay. Let's go policy by policy as they're written on the programme. I think that's probably the most effective way of doing it, taking things in the round. If you do want to speak on a particular policy, I'll lead. Mr. Birkinshaw may have some comments on certain policies, but if you do want to speak on those policies, tip your nameplate on end so we can see that you're interested at that point. So before we start substantively, if I can go to Mr. Layden, as we usually do, just to explain any emergency procedures. Thank you, Mr. Layden.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. So with regards to general procedures, we're not expecting a fire alarm today. Within the council chamber itself, the fire evacuation alarm is a mixture of a voice alarm system as well as a traditional siren. However, elsewhere in the forum, it is just a voice alarm system. The alarm will announce that the building must be evacuated due to an emergency. On hearing the fire alarm, everyone must immediately leave the building by the nearest available route. There's a staircase on the right as you leave the council chamber, or to the left and past the lifts as an alternative option. Please follow the fire marshal. If in the event of a fire, you would need assistance in using the stairs, please make reception aware. The main assembly point is at the Market Square, which is just outside the main entrance to the forum. You cross the pedestrian lights, and a short walk along the Marlows High Street will get you to the Market Square. Toilets are located to the left after the lifts and also by the cafe on the ground floor. The hearing sessions are being live streamed and recorded to be made available after the session. Please be aware and leave the council chamber if you do not wish to be filmed. I'd just like to add that for those that are watching online, we did have a slight technical issue with some of the zooming functionality from our cameras. We weren't able to resolve that, so we have cautiously just switched to a wide angle view, which means that this half will be shown on one camera when the microphone is there, and the other half will be shown. However, you, sirs, you will still benefit from the zoom camera at the back of this council chamber. That's everything, sirs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's really helpful, and also just playing to the crowd slightly. If anyone that's tuned in, we have read everything that's come in terms of evidence. That's informed our matters, issues and questions. That's going to inform the discussion today. There's no difference in terms of how we treat any points, depending on the sort of different way that we've received them. So thank you very much. With that said, I don't think I need to go through anything else in terms of how things work. But if we could start with you, Mr. Layden, and go around the table this way just to see who's here and what their particular interest is. I know your interest is obviously in everything, but Mr. Layden, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So my name is Ronan Layden. I'm Head of Strategic Planning here at the Dacorum Borough Council. I'm accompanied on my right by Mr. Craig Howe-Williams, KC of Francis Taylor Building, representing the council, and to my left this morning by Mr. John Chapman, Senior Planning Officer in the Planning Policy team.
Excellent. Thank you. Sometimes the microphones do need a bit of time to warm up. So right-hand button, maybe 30 seconds or so. Oh, there we are.
There we go. Can you hear me? Yeah. My name is Helen Reid. I'm from Lambert Smith Hampton, here representing Plato Estates, and our interest is predominantly in older persons housing. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mark Bowen from the Home Builders Federation, interested in H4 and H6.
Excellent. Thank you.
Michael Hargreaves, MH Planning, on behalf of Gate Hearts and Mr. James Cash, clearly primarily here because of the traveller policy, but also I may touch on the affordable housing and self-build policies.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Hargreaves. Yes.
Morning, Inspectors. John Goodall, DLP Planning on behalf of Angle Land and Developments, and also need and supply of housing for older people.
Thank you.
Morning, sirs. Jamie Alderson, the County Council, here in relation to specialist housing provision.
Thank you very much. Okay, so if we start then with the first policy up there that's on the agenda, which will be H2. Now, there's a bit of a theme in terms of the representations we've seen and indeed the people around the table in terms of making provision or setting the requirement out in the first instance in terms of older persons housing. Now, thank you, Mr. Layden, for clarifying yesterday the interaction between C2, use class C2 and use class C3, 1.8 ratio, so that each C2 unit in the council's view counts as 0.56 or something, if my maths is right on that, in terms of a unit for monitoring purposes. But when so a number of individuals have identified elements of the framework with reference to policy H2 and made the case that specific reference should be made to meeting the needs of older people, whether that's through C2 or in other respects, and that there should be a clear articulation of the requirement in that respect, or the needs in that respect. So maybe if we jump straight to that point, as that's a kind of that's a key area that we want to touch on. Can I get your view, Mr. Lane? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and good morning, everyone, and appreciate the statements and feedback received. And as I said, we are here to listen and listen constructively to discussion and take away feedback as necessary to the soundness of the plan. So on this point, first and foremost, just what plans can deal with this in different ways, and we've sought to deal with a particular way, and our way is relatively high level, and we have discussed this in some of the initial hearing sessions about our approach to this. So I won't spend too long going through those points, but in summary, the plan does not set out a forecast level of need for housing for older people or include a policy on housing for older people. However, the plan contains considerable guidance relevant to housing for older people, and as follows. So paragraphs 3.8 and 3.9 of CD 01.1, the local plan, has some supporting text on planning for older population. And strategic policy H2.1, a mix of housing types and sizes is required, and that this may include housing for older people. Strategic policy H3.2, an element of affordable housing is required on schemes for older people on sites above the thresholds in point 1, except with care homes. And we've, I think, briefly discussed that in previous sessions also. And then within specific site allocations, we do, where appropriate, identify an element of housing for older people is required on a number of sites within Chapter 12. Now, we haven't intentionally gone into details of that, and some of that, why we felt it was not prescriptive, and indeed, I think we've had some feedback from you, sirs, on whether or not certain allocations should be more specific in terms of the requirements for housing for older people. I would say there is a double-edged sword to that, and that's on the basis that if you do start being overly prescriptive on particular forms of accommodation, then it may be at the expense of other forms not set out within the policy. and how far should that detail go. Again, just looking and thinking about the framework here, paragraph 63 in the framework does not require local plans to include a policy specifically on housing for older people, and similarly reflected in paragraph 006 in the PPG on housing for older and disabled people. The Council does not consider it necessary to add a policy on housing for older people into the plan, but we have indicated through our statements that we are willing to look at further clarity and guidance within the supporting text that may add value to the effectiveness of the policy, particularly H2 in this instance. And we have included within, in terms of some of our modifications, 10.2, which is CD 10.2, which is our Reg 22 statement appendix B. We do kind of add some additional sentences in there regarding the PPG and the types of accommodation, specialist housing for older people. And we also look within our Matter 6 Issue 2 statement, we have set out other suggested modifications within that, paragraphs 2.1.24 to 2.1.27. And we've also indicated as well a general preference ourselves to just maybe where we think there's a slight inconsistency with the requirement within the site allocations, where we feel actually it probably needs to be tidied up, or it's appropriate to do so, to make it more clear where we feel certain sites should be looking at, delivering accommodation for older people. So that is the summary position where we are on that. Again, we're happy to listen to feedback and your views, sir, on this.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful. Mr. Berkshire, did you want to?
Yeah, I think obviously you just touched on it there, paragraph 63 of the framework. Within the context of establishing need, the size, type and tenure of housing needed for different groups should be assessed and reflected in planning policies. And it goes on to talk about older people. I think where we probably side with some of the representations on this one is, I guess, paragraph 3.8, 3.9 touches on it, but I don't think, obviously you've done the assessment, you've assessed the needs, but then it's that, is it reflected adequately in the plan? And you've got a couple of paragraphs which then refer to this need, but, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, we then don't have any explanation as to sort of what that need is, or how the plan is effective going forward in meeting that need. So I think you hit the nail on the head with paragraph 63 of the framework, but I think the key there is having done the work, it needs to be reflected in your plan. So I think the evidence is there, which is good. It probably just doesn't go far enough in reflecting that then in your local plan.
Yes, sir. And I think this is probably just as a very short additional point on this. And it's about older people, but again, in similar contexts, it's about other requests and being more prescriptive about other particular specialist forms of accommodation, which is consistent with that point in the framework. And I guess we'll touch upon the other needs later on, but within the plan, it's very clear that we should be setting minimum housing requirements within our plan, and that applies to overall housing needs, but also to gypsy and traveller needs. And I think the framework is quite clear on that differentiation. So all of our need is within the context of what the plan is seeking to deliver. And right now, the 17,000, minimum 17,272, as per the suggested modifications. And all of that, as we discussed yesterday, we've discussed about that equivalent, how we calculate the relationship of C2 developments to the housing supply position, and that all contributes towards the requirement and our trajectory, which again we'll discuss later on. So they do all form part of that figure. Now, our evidence at the same time, it's about that level of detail that we go into within the plan. And my only nervousness will be that obviously when we look at affordable housing and what we want to say about affordable housing and how the plan deals with affordable housing, naturally, how recognizing some of our evidence says, well, in theory, if you need to deliver your affordable housing needs, the way to do that is to ensure all your allocations deliver 75 or 80% affordable housing. How you reflect that part of the evidence within the supporting text is perhaps maybe not helpful to how the strategy deals with this. And the same can be said for other requirements where we know that those requirements are particularly high and where we know the need is quite there. It's how we deal with that, because I'm aware from situations where if people get into particular requirements of what the evidence says on a particular need, particularly where it's quite high, if it's taken out of the context of the housing requirement and how you calculate supply, you do face a slight challenge and conflict in terms of, well, actually, if your plan's saying that this is really high, but your overall requirement isn't perhaps meeting it, then you do face a slight conflict when it comes to decision making, or indeed any challenges to the strategy as a whole. So, as I said, we are listening. I think it's being clear in our position of why we have intentionally not put too much in, and I hope that's clear enough. But as I said, it's, you know, we're happy to look at some additional detail within the plan, but going so far as prescribing maybe clear numbers on what the evidence says in clear numbers, if it is in any way going to be a clash or a slight odds with the overall requirement and how the strategy deals with that overall requirement, we just need to be a little bit careful on how we consider that.
No, I mean, I completely take that point. I think there are sort of three ways of looking at it. There's needs, there is how it's articulated in policy. So that's one, needs. Two, how it's articulated in overarching policy or strategic policies that we're talking about. And then three, how it's articulated via allocations and what's going to come forward. And I think we've talked a fair bit about allocations and the sort of the balance of precision versus encouraging there. What struck me could be done, and I'm conscious lots of frantic conversations are going on, but what struck me as could be done, and does someone want to come in as well? They're very welcome to. If you, Mr. Layden, you mentioned affordable housing. If we go to paragraph 3.12 of the plan, and there we have reference, that's the preamble or the reason justification in old money of strategic policy H3, paragraph 3.12. We have the phrase, the evidence demonstrates that affordable housing need across this area is considerable, as indeed it does. But there, for example, I think we would support and encourage even setting out what the affordable housing need is based on the, it's a very long acronym, isn't it? The 2024, I think it is, local needs assessment, which comes out at something like 490 a year. Is that, I'm seeing some nods. That's delving back into my memory.
Sorry, it's, there are about three elements to it, if I can find that. But the overall figure, I think, is 737, if I remember right. And that's made up of rented housing, which is over 400, but then affordable home ownership, which makes up the rest. It's somewhere in our statements.
That's helpful. So say when we come to paragraph 3.12, I think what would be excellent there in terms of consistency with setting out, you know, needs and making provision for it is there is acknowledgement of what that need is. I think that would be really useful in terms of the plan. Mr. Birkinshaw is probably going to tell me that that's not correct. So I saw his hand on the button. But I wonder then, in terms of around 3.8, 3.9, the same should be done for planning for an older population, i.e. what is the anticipated need in that respect? Not necessarily so that automatically flows into strategic policy H2, which we can talk about in a second, but so that the needs, so that we know very clearly what those needs are. They're articulated somewhere, so you don't have to go on an extensive paper trail to sort of work out what they are. What would you say to that, Mr. Layden?
Thanks, sir. It's a point that, as I said, I think would resolve probably a number of points maybe raised around the room. I think my nervousness in terms of the effectiveness is where we may be demonstrating we can have a 5-year supply, but in the context of that, you know, we are meeting and delivering certain amount of homes, including those of C2 and others. It's where we get to those debates and discussions about where something might be contrary to the strategy, but there's a balance about, you know, whether it's meeting that overarching provision. And that's where it just creates a tension and a nervousness that, as Mr. Chapman said, you know, if the annual requirement is 700 plus for affordable housing, it's how that's reflected in the decision making. Given that a lot of our discussions is about putting stuff to feed in with the intention of clarifying how the policy operates and functions. You know, I think what we've tried to do is kind of recognize, well, there is a need, but I think what we do not want to do is have the policies, you know, in essence, or some components have been trumped by this. And I understand that, and I understand, you know, that we're doing our best right now to try and deliver a strategy that seeks to deliver it. It's got to be in the context of two components here: what the allocations can deliver and what everything else that's not identified in the plan can deliver. And when it comes to elements such as older persons, it's a little bit out of our control in some regards, but you know, there's market there, we recognize that. And we've been very, very, obviously very, very positive and proactive when it comes to proposals in recent years for that. But at the same time, when it comes to an up-to-date plan, and where something may be contrary to strategy by reason of an inappropriate location, or it may be in a greenbelt location, and we have to demonstrate very special, it's how much the strategy continues to hold when you set needs figures from evidence which do not align with the strategy for how housing will be met.
Whilst I see what you're saying there, I understand that tension. That's tension I think that crops up in various decisions. Someone could nonetheless, in terms of your evidence, say, oh well, your local housing needs assessment says that requirement is there anyway. So it's sort of it's there, it's out there in evidence, and I can't see why, therefore, in terms of consistency with the framework, there would be an issue with setting out purely factually, if you like, in the justification. Well, these are needs, and then we can talk about how that policy relates to it in a second. But Mr. Birkinshaw, did you want to?
Yeah, I think to bring this, we'll hear from people, but I think really to bring it to a close, we do need to move on. Your plan needs to set out what these needs are. It is too ambiguous and thus ineffective to say things like the need for affordable housing is considerable. What does that mean? What is it? Again, planning for older people. You know, our evidence has also identified a need. Okay, great. What is it? The plan needs to be clear. It needs to be effective. You need to establish and set out in the supporting text. You need to sort of really go further in 3.8, 3.9, 3.12, 3.13 around what these needs are and how they're going to be met. That's what national planning policy requires you to do. And yes, I take the points about, you know, potential conflicts, etc., and people using it for sort of their own purposes and their own moving forward proposals and everything. But ultimately, that's what the plan needs to do. And there are other policies in the plan which then obviously ultimately control and strategic policies around where development goes and your strategy, etc., etc. But just in the terms of meeting housing needs and your housing chapter, those two things need to be set out. And it goes for other types of housing as well. We'll come on to obviously the needs of gypsy travellers. It's a common theme throughout, is you've got this evidence set out in the plan and set out how you're going to meet these needs. That's what the plan needs to do.
Thank you, sir. We'll absolutely take that away. I think we will respond to that positively. We will just maybe think about carefully about, alongside setting out that needs, is how the plan responds to that, so that there is that link when it comes.
And if anyone wants to speak on this while I'm sort of going to say the next bit, I mean, do tip your nameplates on end. But just thinking ahead in terms of strategic policy H2, mix of housing. All developments are required to provide a mix of housing types. There might be an opportunity there of covering off both older persons' accommodation and also potentially the position of the county council in terms of other types of need. It just, I mean, if you articulated that in the policy itself, making clear that the mix of housing incorporates consideration of those certain types of housing, I think that would be positive. And I think, just coming back to a point Mr. Birkinshaw made, there is this evidence out there, but strategic policy H2 refers to market intelligence as well, which may of course point to a higher or different need. And so the way that policy H2 is constructed at the moment, without the sort of the tether, if you like, to what the needs are for example, older people, that potentially opens you up to to very different arguments on a case-by-case basis. So I think all I'm saying is just practically, in terms of tethering what is required to needs, that could be done in policy H2. I'm not entirely sure about the market intelligence point. I think I know what you mean there. But yes, I think that needs a little bit of thought as to actually what you're inviting or asking for. And I'm not sure it's quite there in my mind what I would suggest that is changed to, because inevitably any sort of market information will be put forward as part of any proposal. But I'll just leave that one there for the time being. And I can see that there are 2 flags up. So let me go Mr. Goodall first and then Ms. Reid. Thank you, Mr. Goodall.
Thanks, Sirs. Yeah, tricky contribution, because obviously we agree to a large extent with what's been said here, but I don't think we're quite going far enough. So I'll start with the things that, you probably expect me to say, but are absolutely key to underpin this. We're talking about critical needs here at the end of the day. It's not a glib statement, it's what national policy says. And as we've got in our statement, we're starting with the worst possible strategy. So it's been proved by the government, by its Older Persons Housing Task Force, that what this plan says through policy H2 at the moment is the worst possible strategy for meeting those critical needs, because the policy is simply not clear on stating the needs or stating where they go. And again, just to help set the context for this is a plan that produces unmet needs. It's got to start immediate review anyway. The context for this plan will be taking decisions in the context where there are unmet needs, there are unmet housing needs, and from a need and supply perspective, there are most certainly unmet older persons housing needs. I think the final point I would say on market intelligence, and actually there isn't a huge amount of disagreement with the council here. I think you're probably right, sir. What was meant when market intelligence was written probably wasn't written in the context of the older persons housing debate. But actually the council, through its own hearing statement, has said we realise that, for example, the local housing need assessment doesn't take account of net loss of care beds, for example. So that is actually relevant market intelligence when we get onto the decisions. So can I just take a little look at policy H1, which is only slightly further back in the plan, but I think it does come on to that, that point about what H2 needs to do, or what it doesn't currently do, by telling us what the needs are and then how they're going to be provided. I think the concern I would have, or it's not so much a concern, it's almost how the plan works. So criteria 4 to policy H1 effectively refers to decision taking on a case-by-case basis in small villages and the countryside. Now, effectively, the way policy H2 works and the way the older persons housing provision in this plan works is that's what you've also got to do for older persons housing schemes. And in fairness, that won't just be in countryside locations or edge of urban locations. It will also be in urban locations where there is potential conflict with allocation policies or density policies or whatever. Like, actually, it is ultimately a case-by-case basis. I think what we've said through our statement, sir, is that we're very pleased to see how well the written evidence has been read here. Your colleagues have obviously taken clearly similar views in the past. Absolutely there is a need to set out the needs in the plan. And then also there is a need to go further. We would say both through policy H1 for expanding what criteria 4 means to basically cover older persons housing, but we'd actually say that we're not sure you can do it just through policy H2 in terms of mix of housing. I mean, this debate started by showing just how broad that policy really is. This plan needs a criteria-based policy to support the provision of housing for older people. And there are numerous examples out there. We've appended the South Oxfordshire version to our statement. And just, again, because things have been so well read, I'm trying not to sort of go over what needs to be said. But just to give a reference, and so we all remind ourselves that the framework and then delivering this plan is about policies and decisions, a reference to paragraph 128 of the framework, which is about policies and decisions on making effective use of land. in many, many cases, there'll be unallocated sites in this plan, but they'll be addressing unmet needs, and the policies need to work to deliver effective schemes to address those needs. So completely agree, needs setting out under paragraph 63, but because that's a very plan-making focused section of the NPPF, we do then need to look at how it works in decision-taking. I think that needs quite serious amendment to policy H2 or its own policy, really, is where we should get to for an effective position.
And so, and you mentioned and it's in your hearing statement, isn't it, the modification I think that was introduced to the South Oxfordshire local plan to that effect, and just being absolutely clear on your position, a modification to that effect, setting out clearly the needs, and potentially also a modification to policy H2 to be clear in terms of what that's talking about with mix. Would that satisfy you in terms of soundness?
It would say, yeah, I mean, that's why we laid it out in that way. All I would repeat is that actually the reference in H1 is important, and that was also achieved in South Oxfordshire. There is a reference to older persons housing in effectively the overall delivery strategy for housing. So it should be both, sir, but yeah, you've read it exactly rightly.
Thank you.
I think to be fair to the council, what they've got here is greenbelt constraints, and we can't. We've talked on other days about there sort of being the need for sort of overarching sort of almost like strategy policy around yes, clearly within the sort of built up areas, the council would support the principle of residential development. That sort of almost goes without saying. And accommodation for older people would be wrapped up in that. Where the difficulty here is there'd be no benefit in saying, oh, and basically elsewhere we'd support the principle of it as well, because that wouldn't be the case. Because if you're in the green belt, then that would conflict with that. So I can't see there being any merit in saying, oh, basically elsewhere we'd be happy to support housing for older people, because there'd be then an internal conflict with other policies in the plan around the green belt.
The other thing I'd say in response to that, sir, is for decision taking, the plan gets applied against current national policy from day one. So effectively for something like grey belt, where an unmet need is demonstrated, again, subject to sustainability or those other criteria, there would be a distinction how you apply those policies, again, subject to satisfying the classification of grey belt land, but unmet need would certainly feed into that debate. And as I said, I don't think it is just a green belt issue either. It's also in terms of the council's own statement, how it sees the urban areas working potentially to deliver different forms of development. But there is that grey belt urban area crossover as well.
I mean, the phrase, and it's not for me, certainly, we don't know what happened in that examination, but, the phrase residential development, specialist housing for older people will be supported in locations with good access to public transport and local facilities. What does that mean? What does it offer? I think really it goes back to the point we've made on numerous occasions around this plan. We're not here to make this plan better. We're here to address specific soundness issues. And I think what the council needs to do, yes, identify the need and then set out how that need's going to be met. The other policies in the plan will apply. And, I can probably take a sort of a generic guess that there will be something in the plan that would support the principle of residential development, say in Hempstead, for example. I'm struggling to see why they then need to go further and sort of say a quite ambiguous generic phrase around, well, we'll support residential development. That should be sort of baked into the plan, really. Ms. Reid.
Thank you, Saz. I think you've very accurately summarised our views on this, so I won't repeat everything that we've put in our statement, and I think my colleague over there has also added some additional points that we wanted to make. Just on a general note, we agree that the current wording of the policy is too ambiguous, and the NPPF requires this to be articulated in policy and not supporting text. Therefore, we are of the view that this need, quantified figure, should be within the policy, not within the supporting text. I do understand the reasons of the council to some degree, but like you both have said, I don't see any harm. This number is out there, it's in evidence. I don't see any problem with it being put into the plan itself. It gives us a stronger monitoring tool. My worry is, how do we know what in 5 years, 10 years, whether we're delivering enough specialist housing need, in particular older persons housing need, if it's not a quantified number in a policy that we can monitor. And I think sort of we've made similar comments that we might come to later on the monitoring side. Just to pick up one other point that the council said, that I feel that they're leaving the delivery of older persons housing to the market. They mentioned that it's out of their control. I don't think that's quite strictly true. I think they could do a bit more in the plan to help delivery come forward. I agree with my colleague over to my left that a policy supporting older persons housing elsewhere would be beneficial in the case that supply does start to fall below expected need and delivery drops. I think that could be a positive policy to ensure more comes forward in the future. They also could have allocated specific sites. There were sites put forward to them for older persons housing need, including some around this table and elsewhere, which they have chosen not to do. So I don't agree that it's been completely out of control, and I feel that they are sort of leaving it to the market to see what happens, if you like. And I think that's probably all my main points covered. Thank you.
Just on that point, where would it be SS1? Where would we go to sort of, if we're sort of in the mind of this sort of, developer looking to bring forward a specialist housing scheme, where do we go then? Is it SS1?
In terms of specialist housing, it would be H1. So again, just the structure of R1 is the spatial strategy sets more of the very broad brush, but when it comes to the teeth of the principle of development, it is within strategic policy H1 delivering the housing strategy on and mainly on the points 3 and 4. So we've discussed 4, but in the context of just housing, general housing, to which we know it's all part of that overarching requirement, and going to that point. On point 3, the principle of housing development will be supported in accordance with the allocated sites. So that's one point. Relevant site, with strategic policy SA1, the allocated sites, relevant site allocations presented in chapter 12, to which we have, I believe, reference to older people on 16 of those allocations. And then within the built-up area of the 6 main settlements as defined by the settlement boundaries, and through limited influence when the listed small villages in accordance with the criteria set out in SS1. So going back to that limited infill point in the context of housing. And then point 4 then has been doubled upon in other small villages in the countryside. The principle of housing development will be considered on a case-by-case basis having regard to national policy and other relevant policies, some of which we're going to come on to today in regards of other forms of housing, road exceptions, agricultural, etc. But just on some of those points, if I can, I absolutely agree with you, sir, as the view of the council, that when you go outside of our settlements, you are touching upon 2 very important designations. The Greenbelt, which again, how far can we go beyond what the Greenbelt says in consistency with national policy? And secondly, with the Chilterns National Landscape, where again, how we consider that in the context of the applications and the definition of major development, where many C2 schemes are possibly likely to apply. So again, we are in a little bit there of how much more we can add value outside of those defined settlement boundaries. And again, just on a final point on unmet need, obviously our position is this plan isn't dealing with unmet need. That's our position, has been for a long standing. It'll be for the next plan to consider a higher requirement and have to deal with both that requirement and whatever, our neighbours are telling us is happening with their plans. But just being clear on that.
And in terms of the sort of numbers then, and I'm just turning to you here, so I'm not sure if it's in there. In terms of the sort of the numerical case then, where do you stand with regard to need versus your expected supply? And we talked, a lot about the allocations and sort of which site is going to, provide housing for all the people. Where's that set out?
So on the particular point of housing for older people, within our local housing needs assessment HOU 1.1, there's two important tables there. It is principally dealt with in paragraph 9.20 to 9.43. That's the needs of specialist accommodation for older people. And within that also we have table 9.19 and 9.20, which set out the net need for specialist housing to 2041. We'll consider that under two separate scenarios. And I think it's on a recognition that there is no precise formula for this, and we've considered range of options to help inform our evidence. So even then, you know, we are looking at scenarios within evidence rather than a strict, clear need. But it is then all set within the context of what that evidence then informs, you know, the plan and our strategy.
In terms of the numbers then, where can Mr. Bristow and I go to determine what your need is versus what you're expecting the plan to deliver?
I think so that in terms of the context of the plan, we know that we've got an action to go in and set that out within the plan. So it's within the evidence.
So yeah, you're going to set that out in the plan, fine. What's it going to show? What I'm trying to get to, and maybe Mr. Goodall knows the answer, is what are we looking at? Are we looking at a situation where the council can turn around and said, yeah, with these allocations, and maybe an assumption on windfall, we're going to meet all the person's needs, or are we short? And if so, how short are we? Where can we go to grapple with that question?
It's an issue I have done some work on, but it's not possible to come up with a firm conclusion. There are a lot of uncertainties. I mean, one of the issues is that in the local housing needs assessment, there are two different scenarios of need, but the local housing need assessment doesn't actually recommend either of those. So it just puts those two scenarios out. So there's a range of need, and that is then split down to different types of housing for older people, which are in turn split between affordable and open market. So there are quite a lot of different segments of need. But in the plan, whilst we have said on a number of sites that housing for local people is required, or opportunities for such housing should be explored, the plan isn't prescriptive as to what type of housing for older people should be provided, and we don't think it should be too prescriptive in that respect. So there's a lot of uncertainty as to what types of housing for older people will actually be provided. There's also a lot of uncertainty over how many windfall schemes for housing for older people will come forward. So, I mean, I have done some work, I'm saying, on the subject, which I could make available to you if it would help. But I think it's fair to say that the assessed needs are very high. So it's very unlikely that all of those assessed needs would be met in full, but we expect to make a considerable contribution towards meeting those needs and almost certainly secure a lot more housing for older people than we have done in recent years.
And if I may, on just to square the circle on this, within our statement and our response to issue 2, affordable and specialist housing, we do set out the tables within our statement. The assessed need in the Dacorum is shown in table 3 below. That's at paragraph 2.1.9 of our statement. That's issue 2, question 1. And just in that context, you'll see that we presented some figures there. Retirement sheltered housing, the need to 2041 in the scenario approach is 227, under the enhanced extra care scenarios, 797. And we spell out similar totals for extra care housing and care and nursing bed spaces. Now, it goes back to, so we've done a lot of work. The evidence does spell out needs, but under different scenarios, a bit like what we might consider, say, employment. And we look at scenarios there in terms of, well, a particular approach might determine a figure, but another one does that. So they're spelled out within our evidence. It's again, you know, as Mr. Chapman said, the needs are quite high. But again, it's how we deliver a very permissive strategy that deals with that. And I think that the point by those here today really mainly to, they feel they have particular sites that will help contribute towards that need.
I think where we're struggling with this is the plan as submitted is too ambiguous. It doesn't set out what those needs are. You've referred to some work you've done. We don't have that work. We've then also heard from the County Council and the Council on a lot of the site allocations that we want to see made modifications to introduce requirements that developers have to provide housing for older people. And we can understand that as a high level concept, but ultimately they need to be justified. And where the Council's saying in policy H2, I think you referred to, is that effectively these allocations and supporting the principle of development within the 6 settlements will contribute towards meeting needs. We don't know. We don't know what those needs are because they're not set out on one side of the equation, and on the other side of the equation, we don't know how you're going to meet those needs. Now, I'll sort of say it a bit tongue-in-cheek, but I think Mr. Goodall and his colleagues around the table will probably say, aha, we can help you meet those needs. We've got some sites. Please allocate them. But what we need to understand is really how effective is this local plan going to be in meeting those needs? And it may well be, I'm assuming it may well be the council and the plan say, actually, we've done as much as we feel that we can do. That may be your position. We just sitting here today don't know. We don't know what the needs are. We don't know the sort of the quantitative analysis. We don't know then going through this process of modifying sites to put in requirements to provide 70 to 80 bed spaces, etc. What's that going to achieve? So I think in summary, some more work's probably going to, Mr. Bristow and I will take it away, but I think some more sort of work and possible directions can be needed on this topic. Mr. Goodall.
Yeah, I think he says that. I mean, I've not got the complete answer, but again, it's a useful debate because we're actually focusing on that need and supply issue. I'd echo the point from my colleague to the right. However far we get on this, for the purpose of at least assisting future decisions, monitoring is actually key, and that does mean that you need a need position in the plan, and then you need at least a starting point, understanding where you are in terms of supply. And I think we've also, again, for how that's going to work in practice, we've already kind of hit the nail on the head because we're already talking about windfall. I'm not sure we have quite the same views on the interrelationship between SS1 and H1 in terms of what that might ultimately determine as appropriate locations. But just to kind of round up on that need and supply point, I mean, surely the council does have to disclose its work and we have to sort of see how close we've got. But Mr. Layden has helpfully taken us to table 3 of the council's hearing statement. And I mean, I think, you know, without prejudice to complete agreement with that evidence, it does certainly show the scale of the challenge for different types of needs for older persons housing. You know, putting a focus on, for example, retirement sheltered housing, is actually higher under the enhanced extra care scenario than the shop scenario. And again, that is, if you like, I would say more entry level, but it does housing with support rather than housing with care. But the point is, that actually frees up probably more quickly a greater stock of family housing. So all those other benefits that come with providing housing for older people. It's part of the council's need, but it hasn't been a focus, certainly for my following of the examination or understanding of strategic sites. It's a major part of need, but it just isn't coming up in the debate really about what the strategic allocations would provide, because naturally they've tended to focus on the slightly more market-facing extra care parcel. But part of the reason for that is because historically extra care has not carried an affordable housing burden in that. So, you know, the market is evolving, but a big part of the need won't be met through those sites. I think the council would ultimately have to turn around and say it's not even going to meet the extra care need on the allocations. And again, the same goes for care homes. They kind of fall between the cracks. They're part of the need figure, but they're certainly not well addressed through the allocations position. So, you know, we can look at the effectiveness of the policies. We've said what we said, but I think the council does need to disclose its position on supply, and at the very least, if it's going to say we've done as much as we can, windfall's part of the answer, but the monitoring position needs to be there, and it's going to look fairly horrific even against the table in the council's own evidence. That's why the need and supply, I completely agree with the need and supply issue, both needs looking at both sides of the coin.
Sorry, probably making a fairly similar point, as just to close off our argument that you asked earlier, why do we need a policy with extra support for housing, older people's housing or other specialist needs elsewhere? I think we're moving perhaps to a point where we are going to get a need and supply figure presented to us from Mr. Chapman, who's admitted that that's probably not going to be able to meet the full need, so there is likely to be a gap. So the answer to your question of why we need a policy with extra emphasis on these schemes being acceptable elsewhere is because it's not going to be delivered otherwise for people like my client who may not feel that the current policy is strong enough to encourage them to put forward a scheme on a site where there are other conflicts with the plan. So something that gives a boost to the needs for older people's housing in that policy would give them a bit more certainty into bringing a scheme forward.
Okay, we'll move on. It's just the same question that I asked Mr. Goodall, really. Do you think that that's going to do anything in the context of outside of settlement boundaries, probably going to be potentially green belt and or A1B? What would a sort of policy that sort of says, you know, council will support the principle of accommodation for older people? What would that achieve in your view, and why would it be absolutely necessary for soundness?
I'm not saying it would make a huge difference to the overall plan. I think I'm just thinking about our site in particular. I know I can't mention it, but our client needs some certainty that they could put an application in on that site, and at present there would be other restrictions in the plan that might discourage them from doing so on a potentially suitable site for older people's housing. I think having that comfort of an extra boost, if you like, in a policy that specifically sets out the need, the supply, and that older person's housing is supported elsewhere would just give that more certainty in terms of the market in delivery and in achieving an application.
So may I seek to make clear that we believe we've understood your request, which is essentially to provide more information in the plan to explain in one way or another the need, and in one way or another the aim of the strategy to seek to meet the need. And we will do that. We will take that away. And to remind you, Mr. Lathan has emphasised the work has been done and reference has been made to the local housing need assessment. And it's worth reminding ourselves of that text, and in particular the reference to the PPG and the guidance it gives about how to deal with this matter in the context of an overall strategy. So we'll take that away and we'll give thought about how best to address your concerns. I think Mr. Layden wanted to ask, to give two further points, I think.
Yes, if that's okay. And again, message very clear on this, and we will take that away. So just with regards to our local housing needs assessment, and just to make clear that as per Mr. Howe Williams' comments, paragraph 9.41 and 9.42 of the local housing needs assessment talks about, you know, the recognition within the PPG, the needs of specific types of homes in particular groups can in some instances exceed or be proportionately higher relative to the overall housing need figure calculated by the standard method. And then the PPG recognised planning authorities will need to consider the extent to which these needs can be addressed, having regard to issues including the overall need for housing, the extent to which this can be translated into a housing requirement, the anticipated deliverability of different forms of provision having regard to viability, and so on. But that's within the evidence. So in our view, the evidence is very clear in terms of the needs and how we should be responding to that. And just on a very final point, and it's just about those sites and allocations. And this is, I think, where we do get this, you know, how does a plan respond and how does it deal with it? And this might come up again later on, but when it comes to what we've seen, there's no one suggesting a modification that deals with this as a whole, rather than looking at particular sites and what the plan needs to do, what X step it needs to do in terms of a specific modification. I think we all recognize the needs are high. And when it comes to particular sites, we have a separate evidence that considers sites and the site selection methodology, including those sites here today. And we set out, particularly within ED 39, you know, our recommendation for why some sites are allocated within the plan and others not. And you know, with that is the case. So, you know, we've always been open. Indeed, there are some sites here that were draft allocations in previous plans, but it's updated evidence that has informed our decision, technical evidence relating to flood risk, for example. So there's wider considerations at play on that. And as I said, we've always sought to and tried to deliver it, but it's got to be taken in the context of, you know, what this plan can deliver, both in terms of an allocation, but in terms of a wider strategy and how we support development elsewhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that's been a very useful discussion. We've got policy H2 in front of us now. I know there's a point the county council wanted to raise and have suggested, I think I'm right, a new policy in respect of children in care. Yes, and I've given you a bit of a hard time in previous sessions, haven't I suppose, on this, and I can entirely understand where you're coming from given the duties on a county council. What we are struggling with is the difference in terms of the sort of house type that is needed for that specific need compared to any other house type, and why that couldn't be secured under Section 106 agreement in any event. So that's what I just want to understand, if that's okay, Mr. Alderson, from your perspective.
Yeah, fine, sir. I think helpfully in one of the previous sessions when we looked at sites, you gave us a point to go away and discuss with the county council and try and get to a sort of a spatial spread strategy that wasn't too specific, was appropriate for the sensitive types of housing that we're talking about here. I think when we talk about children in care, there's sort of, across the two IPs I've mentioned, there's sort of sensitive receptors, so you know, can't be located onto an alleyway, can't be next to a main road, railway lines, things of that nature. So in our matter statement, which we're grateful that you've read, we talk about, you know, well, I can't remember the phrase we used, but about, you know, being well located and sort of in safe locations, I suppose. And that's sort of where we got to with criterion A. And then I suppose B and C are just making sure that from a safety perspective, once those units are delivered, there isn't an obvious flashing light that says we're a different unit and actually we're blending into our surroundings. Now that may be covered by the design policies in the plan, sir, but you'll appreciate that we have a duty to the services that we represent and our members to make the point to you that, you know, these are really delicate units we're dealing with here from sort of a real world perspective. And I know it's striking the balance between being overly prescriptive, making a plan sound and not making it better, but maybe there's a policy that's required to govern quite a unique unit that's being delivered within the plan that may not be covered by the design policies. So we're happy to take that, you know, that sort of, it's the first time we're doing this in Hertfordshire, the first time we're seeking to secure the delivery of such provision. And we are learning in real time and taking your feedback on board, and we're happy to take that point of our statement away, and also the points from the site sessions with the council to see if we can agree a way forward that delivers not just older housing, but sort of specialist housing as a whole to meet the needs of the county, if you're content with that.
Thank you. Mr. Layden, I think absolutely, if you can take that away, if you can work towards something that's common ground that satisfies both the sort of legal imperative and the spatial implications of that, that sounds like a logical approach. Mr. Layden.
Thank you, sir. It is something we will take. We 100% agree with you on that. I think just on a note, on the particular matter of children's homes, which I think the initial query was about the specific requirement for the policy. You know, we feel it's not necessary. I think we just would add since 2024, I think, but I know that there's been additional schemes before that. The council itself has granted permission on 6 sites for a total of 16 children's bed spaces. And we recognise that I guess there are steps that follow those permissions with regards to offset approvals and things like that about whether they materialise. You know, as a starting point, the council has been very supportive in those conversions of C3 to children's homes. And I think from my perspective, in terms of effectiveness, it's hard to, when you take it in the context of what we're approving, that's already in essence meeting the need. As I think I said that within our evidence, how much will we go on that? But needless to say, we do treat this with the right level. But so in terms of a specific requirement, we feel that, you know, the process to date is clearly demonstrating that the council is already looking at this positively. We're treating these with the right level of attention. I think there's a degree of uncertainty in our minds that when we approve, it's what happens next with that approval and whether it does materialize into something, you know, following the subsequent steps. And with that, you know, again, it's just probably an additional point to add on that I hope is helpful for your consideration, but equally at the same time in the context of we absolutely will have further discussion and see what we can do.
Okay, well, I mean, that sounds productive. I suppose. Thank you for that. One question from the accounts to the not to the council is: do you feel that a policy would be necessary on this? And just laying all our cards on the table. Obviously, this is an issue that's also cropped up in St Albans, so there's some reflection perhaps on what was done there. But in being different plans, Mr. Layden, do you feel like there's a need for a specific policy on this?
I think in the same ilk, it's no different than our principle for any other forms of housing, as we've set out already, and it's the principle of where it should go. And we look at that in the context of a very permissive approach to the strategy, where housing in principle would be supported, and to all intents and purposes, all of those permissions are within HEML and within the existing settlements. Then we recognise within policy H2 that the larger allocation should be looking at a more diverse range mix of housing. And again, we want to look at how we can within the supporting text probably talk about some of these needs in a bit more detail and how the plan responds to them, which is the clear action we're getting already from this morning's discussion. I don't feel a particular policy is needed unless it is a specific DM policy and that you feel that criteria is necessary, or you know, in the context of this particular provision, does it need to have that? I guess that is something we'd welcome your views on, sir.
Okay. Well, what I'd probably suggest is you both take the conversation on offline, see if you can find some common ground that suits you both. Obviously, from our perspective, given the duties, given the you know, the need to provide a wide range of housing, we'd support something in that respect, but maybe not necessarily a policy given the particular sort of framework we have here in Dacorum relative to St Albans. So I hope that's clear. Yeah, Mr. Lawson.
Yeah, just to come back on that, so in fairness to Mr. Layden, I know following the hearing sessions in the St Albans EIP, we worked with Mr. Briggs to provide you with some evidence to justify the strategy or the approach that we were seeking to secure there. To be fair, we haven't got as far as having those discussions with Mr. Layden in the context of this plan, but I'm sure that we could, following the hearing sessions, provide the council with a similar sort of justification and sort of basis upon which we're asking to secure what we're seeking to secure. And I think that would probably be helpful, and we'll take that away and wrap that up as part of the wider work. Obviously, you haven't yet given your views on how helpful that evidence was, but certainly we can undertake a similar exercise.
I think, yeah, where you suggested around the, you know, this sort of specialist housing for children and some of the sort of locational requirements, I think, you know, we could probably support those, but again, it's I've said it a few times, it is the council's plan. Does it fall into soundness? It's probably in the grey area in between. Mr. Layden, if you want to take it away as a local authority, as a local planning authority, if you felt, yes, we want our local plan to include some of those requirements around, I think from memory it was around locations, wasn't it? And sort of main roads and things like that. If you feel that that's necessary, then it's something that I'm sure we could support. But again, we'll sort of leave that one to you.
Okay, so still on H2, we've got policy D2 next. I'm not sure if anyone is here to speak to policy D2, but maybe if we do policy H2, D2, and then potentially have a break before we come on to H3, affordable housing. The other points that I just wanted to, and now I'm sort of moving into an effectiveness guiding decision-taking mode in terms of policy H2. So I know the council have taken away, well, market intelligence. Is there any more specificity that can be provided there in terms of what it is meant? In terms of the criteria, we have A, B, and C. I would possibly just suggest a little tightening of the wording. So in highly accessible urban locations. So, I think that creates a pretty high test. Presumably it's just accessible urban locations in criterion A. In criterion B, we have a wide mix of housing types, but I think if we're tying things back to the evidence of what is the need, perhaps suitable might be better rather than wide. In criterion C, we talk about villages and the countryside. I mean, the support will be given. It might be better phrased in terms of in villages and the countryside, schemes should seek to meet a local need rather than support will be given to schemes that meet an identified local housing need and mix. I don't know, it's just, that seemed like a rather complex criterion to work through to me. So I just suggest having a look at that, seeing if there's perhaps a clearer way that can be phrased in terms of decision taking. But those are small points. The main point I think I have on policy H2, and I think this will accord with Mr. Birkinshaw's views, we have that all new homes are expected to comply with NDSS, Nationally Described Space Standards. I think that needs, for consistency with the NPPF as it stood in 2023, something like unless unfeasible, based on the evidence that we've seen in the positions of various parties on that. I think that needs, yes, the sort of tail piece, unless unfeasible, or something to that effect. Okay, that was everything I had on policy H2. Any other comments on H2? Okay, so then we go to policy D2, which is in the design section. Is anyone here to speak on policy D2? No. Okay. And we have touched on it previously. I think the only, so there have been various representations that say, well, okay, where do these density levels apply? Okay, we know that they apply in Hemel Hempstead town centres, in town centre, other town centres, district and local centres. I think somewhere in terms of consistency with the framework that talks about maximising or making efficient use of land, there needs to be that flavour in there, and that's probably in criterion 3, outside of the locations identified above, i.e. anywhere else. You might say something along the lines of density should seek to, density should be maximised, or efficient use should be made of land in a way which has regard to the existing character, the prevailing height, etc. Of development, just to make sure that there's consistency in terms of seeking to maximise or make effective use of land there. Other than that, having looked through various other statements, and I know there's one flag rightly up, I didn't have any other comments, but Mr. Goodall, do you want to, I think, am I right in saying you've suggested an additional criteria? Is that right? So sorry, and just talk me through your rationale there.
Yeah, I probably should try and write more notes than I do, but so you've largely touched on it, to be honest. It's at paragraph 2.19 of our hearing statement, and I think there are positive elements to policy D2, and then it potentially could be viewed as restrictive in terms of height of buildings, but it's not really our issue. I think you have touched on it. So criteria 3, or we say new criteria, probably does need that capable of being assessed. You know, where there's a proposal that looks to make an effective use of land, it's to be assessed positively. Obviously, we've drafted that modification, and I think it probably is right to say it should refer to the form of development, because obviously older person's housing, the council has said, 1 and 2 bedroom properties might be flatted, might be higher density. So there is almost a trade-off, like the form of development could take you into policy D2 for a density point of view, and therefore it should be assessed positively, and actually to be consistent with national policy, it needs to do exactly what you said. So it's a very similar modification to yours, sir, and possibly in general terms, yours captures it. We just drafted it in the context of older persons housing and that unmet need debate.
Thank you. That's a really helpful explanation. I think the council have got the point in terms of getting that in somewhere, whether that is a specific reference as has been proposed in that hearing statement, or a general flavour in terms of criterion 3. Probably our preference would be it's an overarching point, so make it there rather than in relation to specific times. Okay, thank you. Should we have a break or affordable housing? I think we should have a break. Yeah. I think let's break now. Let's come back just because I know there are some, there are obviously people around the table who want to speak on affordable housing. It's not something I think we can get done in 10, 15 minutes. So, okay, let's have a break. Let's come back at 5:02. Yeah, 5 to 11. Brilliant. Thank you.
That, both lights there. Both buttons there.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Let's resume. So we're on to strategic policy H3, and we put a number of questions in the matters, issues and questions on this. I think where we're coming out, and I mentioned this initially, is that somewhere, if it's in paragraph 3.12 or elsewhere, there needs to be a clear articulation of what the need for affordable housing is. Now, in the short break, I was trying to understand the figures here. As I have it, and I'm drawing from, I think it's potentially Angle Land and Development and Catesby, who aren't here, but their statement, they see the need for affordable housing as 494 annually, but Mr. Chapman mentioned 737. So in terms of the underpinning of policy H3, I think 3.12 needs to set out very clearly what the need is. And could we just clarify that once and for all, if that's okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So just within our statement, our response to matter 6, issue 2, question 1, paragraph 2.1.2 spells out the relevant chapter 7 of the local housing needs assessment, assess the need for affordable housing over the plan period. And table 7.53 in that LHNA concludes the annual net affordable housing needs in Dacorum is as follows. And we've reflected that need within our table 2 in our statement. So rented affordable need is 494. Affordable home ownership need is 243 dwellings, and that's per annum figures. So the total affordable need, as evidenced in our assessment, is 737. So I think the specific comments from others relate to that rented affordable need position. And then we explain how we have taken that on board and considered that. And obviously, when you look at that annual requirement of total affordable need, 737, versus the standard method figure of 1,016, that's a considerable proportion of the standard method figure. And through previous hearings, we have looked and articulated and set out in our statements how we have considered the options for how to deal with that, you know, and how we have discounted those options for various reasons. So, you know, as part of that, in not too dissimilar vein to the earlier discussions on other needs, where, you know, the evidence is put them out as quite high, it's how we meet all of these needs figures when you add all the totals up and then look at a strategy relative to the standard method.
Okay, that's helpful. So I think the figures articulated in paragraph 3.12, what I like about policy H3 is that we have under criterion 4, percentage of affordable housing should be at least, which recognises obviously there's a difference between the need and the thresholds, which, as I understand it, 25% in Hemel Hempstead, 40% elsewhere, derived from viability work. Okay, if we jump straight to, I'm sort of playing to the crowd here, in terms of older persons, so points made about older persons accommodation, and that would be criterion 6. We have sort of end sentence there, which is, so I'll read it out. Affordable housing should be provided on site apart from in exceptional circumstances. Now, just 1 point, that's not what the paragraph 64 of the MPPF says. I know in sort of common or garden terminology, you're thinking, well, okay, exceptionally, we'll allow it. But I would just be very clear, or I'd take out exceptional circumstances. I would say, I'd be consistent with paragraph 64 of the MPPF there, unless, of course, there was the intention to diverge from it, which I don't think there was. I think that was just a phrasing issue. Apart from exceptional circumstances, when agreed by the council and subject to the applicant providing full justification for any off-site provision or financial contributions. Okay, such circumstances may include retirement housing and extra care schemes. But criterion 2 we have of policy H3 on specialist housing schemes for older peoples. These thresholds will apply except in the case of residential care homes and nursing homes. And I'm afraid I got a little bit confused as to what provisions apply in relation to what types of older persons housing. So I may be reading that wrongly. I may not be sort of, the penny may have not quite dropped in my mind. But there seem to be a number of different terms and different provisions in terms of older people's houses that maybe don't quite marry up. Can I just get your view on, I mean, feel free to tell me I'm not on point on that, but if I can get your view on that, Mr. Chapman, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, yes. Criterion 2, which is under the overall heading of thresholds, says at the moment on specialist housing schemes for older people, these thresholds would apply except in the case of residential care homes and nursing homes. And on reflection, we feel that that wording isn't as clear as it might be. So we think it could be somewhat rephrased, possibly to say point 1 above applies to specialist housing schemes for older people, including extra care housing, whether it falls within use class C2 or C3. However, affordable housing is not required in schemes of residential care homes and nursing homes. So that would be, I think, a clearer statement of which type of housing for older people should provide affordable housing.
And in terms of where we would go, just to assure ourselves that the correct type or typology of housing there has been referred to, that would be presumably in the viability assessment that looked at whether provision from certain forms of housing is viable or not, and that is what has justified that approach in the policy. Is that correct?
Yes, the affordable housing in line with centres in our policy is shown to be viable based on, I think it's IDV 3.1. I don't think it was assessed again in IDV 3.3, but in 3.1. I can give you the paragraph references if that would help. But that wouldn't apply to care homes. I mean, we've had further guidance from the lead consultant on the local housing needs assessment, and he explained why it's not appropriate to seek affordable housing in care homes.
I think, well, if the penny's not dropped with me, it certainly has with you then, in terms of making sure that there's clarity in terms of the terminology there, what it applies to, what it doesn't, and making sure that that is clear for decision takers. Okay, that's a very helpful discussion. So there are some. Mr. Goodall, did you want to comment on that, or has that effectively addressed the issue that you were raising in terms of ensuring that the policy is aligned with viability evidence of where such contributions are justified? Is that?
It's not strictly a viability point, sir, but paragraph 2.37 of our hearing statement, I was glad to see it effectively exactly what the council's put in 2.134 of their own. I would just add that from our hearing statement, it's not really a viability point, it's more the council's affordable housing SPD. I think, as Mr. Chapman said, it's more about how you would manage and what that stock would be as affordable. But yeah, that's helpful clarification from our side.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Reid.
Sorry, I don't know if this is the right place to raise this, but in our hearing statement, we did raise a question about the viability evidence. Apologies, I can't get onto the internet to get the documents up. But we noted that the October 2023 viability update contains an older person section and signpost specialist housing appraisals in Appendix 20, indicating there had been some modelling at that point. The later September 2024 Regulation 19 viability note, which calibrates the 30-40% rerun appraisals, it doesn't seem to have updated the C2, C3 older persons modelling. I just wanted to get that clarified, that had been modelled.
I did see that, and I think I resolved it in my mind that Mr. Layden's going to resolve it here and now.
Yeah, so the note is kind of refreshing some of the kind of component elements of what was in the earlier study. I just want to confirm that the same assumptions were carried forward from the original study into the note, so nothing has changed on that.
Okay, thank you. I think, so if I just go through policy H3 and the points that struck us, while I'm doing that, if there are any points anyone else wants to raise, tip your name place on their side. If we're on threshold 1B, so the council will expect an element of affordable housing on developments for 6 to 9 homes in the Chilterns National Landscape. That surely should read or more, 6 or 9 or greater homes in the Chilterns National Landscape. Okay, we talked about threshold 2, if you like, criterion 2, the clarity around where that does and does not apply. No issue with criterion 3. Nothing I wanted to comment on criterion 4. Just in terms of the split. Now this is so split is criterion 5, 7, and we've talked. And Mr. Layden, thank you for showing the figures. 70% of the affordable housing should be for rent, and 30% for affordable home ownership, unless this scheme is entirely for affordable rent. And having regard to the following question for the council, including on that threshold and in terms of the 60% of median market values that's in A, is that sufficiently flexible, say, if needs change over the plan period, or if there is evidence that comes forward for whatever reason suggesting that split is not precisely spot on for what's needed in a particular location?
Thank you, sir. So just wanted to double check our position on this, and it is broadly reflective of what the evidence in the local housing need assessment suggests we should do. And we feel that's sufficiently robust. I think there's a tension dynamic of affordable housing policies that if we are too vague, it can be, very, very challenging to apply and provide clarity at the application stage. We think this is reasonably robust. I think we did suggest there was a minor point for us with regards to clarity on median market values. I think we wanted to remove median from that, just because I think the evidence didn't specify that, and I think that's accurate. We were generally comfortable with that as a whole, but I do think with that point A, but then with point B, there's we appreciate we're in the 2023 framework. 2024 can be material, and where the position is on elements such as first homes and other bits have moved on perhaps a little bit since this policy was finalised, which we still feel sound on submission. I think there's components of this policy, particularly now that we have done a lot of work on the interim affordable housing SVD, which we adopted quite recently. We think there's possible components of this policy that could do with just some slight refinements, just to make sure it remains effective going forward.
That makes sense, and there's a linkage there with the sort of markets intelligence point, isn't there, on H2? Okay, yeah, thank you. I think that's helpful. The only last 2 points I had on sort of the construction of policy H3 is under design. Now, obviously, we have on larger developments, such provision should be clustered across the development in groups not normally exceeding 20 dwellings. Okay, I just wanted to understand that presumably refers to the approach of, say, registered social landlords, that's their expectations. I just wanted to understand where that came from and in your view, if that's sufficiently flexible.
That's correct, sir, yes. So just for clarity, very similarly reflected within the SPD as well, and takes account of the feedback from registered providers. I think sometimes traditionally it was pepper potted and there's various different ways it could be applied, but I think the preferred approach is that they are clustered. And I think with regards to kind of what they seek is that broadly in that area, just to provide effectiveness.
And we have thank you. We talked about viability review, if you like, in another context. We have a viability review mechanism here in the event that affordable housing falls short. I think we've talked about that previously. I've only seen one hearing statement, sorry, on that in terms of whether inflation is accounted for, but that would in any event be accounted for if you're doing a valuation or residual appraisal. So I didn't have any questions on that. Did anyone else have any points on policy H3 that they wanted to raise? Mr. Hargreaves, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Inspector. I just quickly wanted to make the point that the Gypsy and the plan and the GTAA evidence on which it's based does not tell us anything about the tenure and type of provision for gypsies and travellers which are required, right? Now, in my reading, that is quite contrary to the requirements of paras 63 and 64 of the framework. Indeed, para 63 is quite explicit that it applies to provision for gypsies and travellers. I mean, I don't want to take more time on this now, and we'll come back to it, but I really struggle to see how the plan can meet any of the 4 criteria of soundness and not be discriminatory if it just doesn't begin to understand what the nature of the need is and how it could be provided. The plan just restricts itself to numbers and does not go any further than that. And I think that's at the heart. And because it only is concerned with numbers, it doesn't begin to think about what kind of a provision do gypsy people want? How are they going to be funded? How are they going to be achieved? And they, to me, go to the heart of the soundness weaknesses of the plan as it stands at the moment.
This was a question I was going to come on to. When we come to paragraph 3.19, I just wanted to understand, so, well, maybe we're there, and this is a question probably Mr. Hargreaves over you. Currently, there are 2 authorised traveller sites, and I know you've set out the history to traveller sites in Dacorum, which differs, interestingly, from other areas. And I just wanted to, I mean, that struck me as, is that correct? Because there are 2 authorised sites. These are public sites. These aren't private sites. There must be authorised private sites.
No, you're correct, Inspector. Dacorum is, in my view, quite exceptional. It has these 2 sites, one large, one relatively small, which are managed by the County Council's Gypsy and Traveller Service. Until very recently, there are no authorised sub-pitches on private sites. Recently, the council's granted 3 permissions providing 6 pitches. There is another site with 1 temporary pitch. But for whatever the reasons, right, I would guess some of it is private provision for gypsies tends to be where travellers have been able, one way or another, to get hold of land and then battle through the planning system, right? I mean, that's, and that was the story you saw in St Albans, right? Where there are a couple of public sites, but on top of that, let's say 8 or 9 private sites of various sizes, which people had managed to achieve over the years. Somehow, that hasn't occurred in Dacorum. Recently, it's granted 3 small permissions, and we've identified a couple of other sites, and there's applications in on a couple of other sites. But because of that, Dacorum's provision is very skewed, and because public provision has effectively been frozen since the end of the 1970s, Dacorum is in a particularly inadequate position to meet the needs of its traveller population.
That's a helpful overview of your perspective, which we'll certainly come to. And the next logical question was going to be, therefore, how have future needs been predicted based on existing needs, not only in terms of numbers, but also in terms of types? That was going to be one question, which I'm sure you saw coming. If we can hold that in our minds, perhaps, unless there's anything you want to talk about, Mr. Layden, let's talk about strategic policy H4, which is custom and self-build housing. Now, I know, Mr. Barron, you've put in a position statement on this. Could you, sorry, you're straight in front of me, so could you just set out very briefly what your position is on policy H4 and how, if at all, you'd see it modified?
Thank you, sir. Yeah. I think starting off, I suppose, is the evidence base supporting this policy. I think the key element to that, there's almost 2 elements to the evidence base supporting it. There's the self-build register, and also the modelled evidence by 3 Dragons in terms of taking, which is based on the National Association for Custom and Self-Build Association figures, which again aren't publicly available. So we're having to take those on note in terms of what they mean in terms of supposed demand and need for self-build within the area. I think when we look at what the self-build register says and the amount of homes that have been delivered as self-build, that the council, I think it's in paragraph in table 10.4 of the LHNA, shows that actually windfall delivery is meeting the need for self-build, or the demand for self-build within the area in terms of how it relates to that register. And I think that's our concern, Sarah, is that we're using a sort of very broad modelled set of data to say, well, actually the needs is higher, far higher than what's being suggested by the self-build register. And that actually there is then the need for this policy. And I think it's that discrepancy, Sarah, in terms of what that policy requirement is, or the evidence suggested from the self-build register of people actually saying they would like to, and then a modelled assessment saying it's significantly higher. If it wasn't, if it was just looking at the self-build register and what's been delivered, you'd say that actually the market is delivering and it's meeting those needs. And actually, I think it's in table 10.4, there's an additional 29 homes more were delivered in terms of self-build above what was cited. So is there really a constraint within the market for self-build in order to require then additional home plots to be built on or delivered on sites within the borough? I think my second concern, sir, is it very much relates to the 40 homes and whether that's in a reasonable scale of development and reasonable threshold. It's very small in terms of self-build, in terms of actually how do you bring that site forward with a self-build alongside those schemes being brought forward. relatively rapid to come forward in terms of that scale of development? Will you be left with unsolved plots that, obviously the policy states that plots can be resolved, but if you're developing such a scheme, you'd want to build that out really. You can see how on a larger site, on a more strategic scale development, where you can section off different areas in terms of for self-build, more difficult in terms of the delivery of those plots alongside the market schemes on relatively small. I think the council point to other policies set out in neighbouring areas. Some go down that level, very few. Most policies we see, they say, are at the scale of 100 plus in terms of the types of threshold, and we think that would be a more appropriate basis if you were to have a policy. So not clear in terms of, we don't really consider the evidence to be supportive of that, given what the self-build register is saying, sir. So I think those are our two main concerns with regards to this policy.
No, thank you. And I know there's a third concern, isn't there, about appropriate marketing of these plots. But okay, so but that's helpful in terms of one, justification for a supportive policy. Obviously, the NPPF is supportive of custom and house building, so no problem with a policy. In terms of the justification, so there are 2 points there. In terms of the justification relative to the level of need and how this is the critical thing, I think, for Mr. Birkinshaw and I, how that feeds into the threshold of 40 or more new houses and 5%. That's where we struggle a little to understand that justification, the kind of evidential basis for those thresholds. But Mr. Layden, what would you say?
Thank you, sir. It's a valid point, and again, we are listening carefully to what is said here as well as what has been presented within statements. I think first and foremost, it's important to just go back and to look at our response to this matter, particularly its issue 4, questions 1 and 2, our responses to those. And we, again, much of what I'm saying is reasonably accurate, and I do think we understand that, there's a model that demonstrates a particular need, and then there is, something that considers the need which is higher. And through the practical application, particularly at some of the sites and on appeal, the consideration of the inspectors that the higher needs figure is something that they were giving more consideration to. As part of the appeals process. So that's where we have kind of started to kind of look and said, right, we probably do need to have something in the plan and not just rely on windfalls, because it is the higher needs is where they were tending to lean towards. Now, in regards to the thresholds, our response to question 2 does talk briefly about this, but I just think it's a matter of planning judgment in the context. But again, we are open to this. We've set a policy that sets expectations, developments of 40 or more homes, 5% of the plots should be made available. I think that is something that, will still go some way towards meeting that higher needs figure, but on the, recognition that it doesn't preclude other developments from coming forward that are dedicated self and custom built. It's in the context of the higher figure, mainly, and it's not an exact science of calculations of what's going to come forward. So we just need to be mindful of that. And within our response to question 2, we do look at some of our neighbouring areas, and it is looking at what other authorities have done. And we note that, some people on higher development schemes of say 100 or more are seeking 2%, and others are seeking 1% on urban extensions, such as in Stevenage or Watford, and more urban area, 10% on proposals of 50 plus homes. It's not an exact science. We feel we've set a threshold we feel is reasonable, and we subject that to viability, and viability study says, well, it's viable. And then correctly mentioned too, our colleagues from the Home Builders Federation, that the policy is flexible beyond that as well. So we do offer some flexibility that, where we are seeking it, there is an ability that, down the line, there's an ability that, these would need to be marketed, needs to be demonstrated, and if they didn't, then they would naturally come back. And that is, again, something that we see through the planning process. Section 106 agreements that we're seeing about, where they are being secured or put forward in applications. There there's still negotiation about, well, they may still not happen. And even that's for large-scale developments, we're seeing that. So I totally see the point about thresholds, because that is a matter of judgment. And as you can see in our table, there's no kind of fixed set approach anywhere that helps any authority in our area to kind of set a prescribed approach. So we are kind of left to our own kind of devices to try and formulate something that seeks to deliver that. Now, we'd probably say it is probably a bit more on the demanding side, but it's probably reflective of where we see our practical experience through appeals and through other decisions, where inspectors are leaning more towards evidence that, you know, we have a higher need and we should be seeking to address that. But we welcome feedback on this.
I was just trying to run the unsuccessfully run the calculations in the background. If we're talking 5% of schemes over 40 homes and all the allocations, that is a really significant number. That is, I think that is far in excess of either kind of sources of need. What we struggle with is the threshold of 40, I think, and I think you've articulated it very carefully, Mr. Layden, in terms of where that's coming from, the balance that needs to be struck, evidence from elsewhere. I would think, though, that needs to, if you have the evidence in terms of what is custom self-built housing, whether that's on the register, probably not, whether that's on other information, looking at that and looking at what would be an appropriate threshold and percentage, I think that does need a bit of thought. As at the moment, I can't exactly, we couldn't support 40 or more new homes and 5%, potentially 100 or more homes and 2%. It's just about where those parameters lie relative to the evidence, I think.
Thank you. I'll just pass over to my colleague, Mr. Chapman, who might be able to provide more detail on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the first point I'd like to make is that the actual, the supply we've been actually achieving, we now assess that to be considerably lower than we had thought. And this stems from appeal decisions. In particular, we've had the Western Leighton Buzzard Road appeal decision in this council area. And the inspectors there have taken the line that, I mean, previously we'd classed all schemes that were still exempt as being self and custom build, but the inspectors are taking the line that that's not the appropriate way to decide whether it actually is self and custom build or not. Now, I wasn't actually involved on that appeal, but it's a more rigorous test inspectors are calling for. So based upon that, our supply is less than we had previously thought. Also, one point to make about the thresholds is that our thresholds is 40 or more houses, where I think some of the other councils, it's a number of homes, but our understanding is there's not normally self and custom build housing in flats. So that effectively means the threshold is perhaps a bit higher than it appears at first thought. And the final thing I'd like to say, well, no, the self and custom build register, as explained in the Three Dragons study, is not a good measure of actual demand at all, which is why, in association with the Right to Build Task Force, Three Dragons built up their bespoke model, which they certainly think is a more accurate measure of demand. And from the work we've done, our thresholds are 40 houses and 5%, and then taking into account the Western Leighton Buzzard appeal decision, we don't think we will meet the assessed need for this type of housing in full with that threshold and that percentage figure. But we felt really 40 houses was as low as we should sensibly go, and 5% in percentage terms was as high as we thought we should sensibly go. Thank you.
Thanks. So I think, I mean, you've kind of heard what Mr. Barron said. I don't know, he's got his flag up, so he may want to say more. But from our perspective, I would just think have a very critical look at whether those two thresholds are justified by the evidence and whether they're proportionate.
So it was just the third point, which I think you alluded to, and I failed to miss. It was with regard to the return to the developer, should there not be the demand. And just reading the policy and response is that it talks about appropriate marketing and length of time after which unsold plots will be returned to the developer, but doesn't specify what those are. We usually see those as 6 months, 12 months within that, and I think it would be helpful to have that specified. I think that's the sort of appropriate flexibility, given the assessments of needs can be quite broad and not necessarily as accurate as we'd all like them to be. I think it's important to have that flexibility within the policy to ensure that if they're not being sold, that they can come back quickly to be built out. I think that's the smaller the site threshold, the lower that marketing period needs to be in order to ensure that the site isn't built out and then having to come back to redeliver those homes if they can't be sold. So I think there needs to be reflection in terms of what that site threshold is and the marketing period within that. On larger schemes, obviously a longer marketing period might be more appropriate because you're not going to be left with plots left unbuilt on those sites long after the developer has potentially left that site. Again, these are the problems and issues with regard to self-built plots and especially having them on smaller sites and that they can be just left unbuilt. Yeah, much to the detriment of the existing residents on those sites. So that'll be our point on that. So thank you.
No, thank you. Ms. Layden.
Yeah, I think on that point, I think that's something on the marketing point we'll look away and examine. I think it's a reasonable request, and we do reflect timescales for marketing and other funds, other policies on our plan. But again, that's subject to your view if you feel that's necessary.
I think it might. I think it may. So I think just in terms of effectiveness, the length of time point under policy H43B3. If you don't specify that, you're going to be in negotiations in every section 106 as to what is the length of time. And, I think there is a good load of evidence out there elsewhere, existing practice as to what is an appropriate length of time. So I think that would be a very useful point of effectiveness. In terms of the thresholds, the 40 or more new houses and the 5% of the house plots, I think it would be useful for our purposes if just very clearly the council could reflect on that, but set that out in a note to us in terms of, well, this is the evidence that has led to 40 or an alternative, as you may propose a different threshold, and this is the evidence that has led to 5% of those houses or an alternative, if that's your suggestion, just so we can fully kind of evidence that that's justified. Is that okay? Okay. Mr. Hargreaves wanted to talk about policy H4. Yeah. I think I know where you're going to go, but let's hear it.
You probably know where I need to go, Inspector. I guess 2 points about policy H4. I mean, I would like to see it retitled custom and house building accommodation. And there's 2 kind of related reasons for that. The notion that custom and self-build accommodation does not provide for accommodation for gypsies is discriminatory. And I've got to say, this is a favourite bugbear of mine at the moment, where we've been excluded in a couple of cases by local planning authorities from going down the self-build exclusion to biodiversity net gain requirement, because the assumption is that the self-build self-build provision is rooted in the Self-Build and Custom Build Housing Act, which does refer to houses, right? But of course, I'm not a lawyer, right? But my understanding is that in other bits of law, housing is read widely and not just to something with bricks and mortar and a roof. And therefore, that exclusion is discriminatory, right? This then may help us. We'll come on to this later, but obviously my case is that Dacorum has far too low an implied housing target and needs to find allocations and provision from somewhere else. And that maybe self-build sites is one of the ways of filling that gap. And we'll come on to that. Thank you, sir.
And I certainly, I did say, I think I knew where you're going to go with that. Absolutely, I have got that recorded very carefully. Mr. Layden, is there anything you want to talk to on that point in terms of the interaction of custom and self-build housing? Mr. Hargreaves suggesting custom and self-build accommodation because, in his view, that policy does not account for how travellers may bring forward sites and is therefore discriminatory. Anything you want to say on that? Because then I do want to move on to, well, paragraph 3.17 of the plan, the travelling community. Yep.
Very little to add, and I appreciate the feedback on that, and we welcome the feedback. I think first point I would say is the plan needs to be read as a whole, and it's taking into account the spatial strategy, the policies in housing, etc. And I think with this particular point, and it was helpfully kind of clarified by Mr. Chapman a short time ago, is that it's very carefully worded in terms of houses or home, versus homes. And I guess it's probably where we need to reflect on the fact that it is in itself has to be taken, in the context of other policies in this plan. Again, there are contexts where we have a lot of stakeholder engagement where people do want to see, particular reference, say, the historic environment in every policy in the plan, or people want to be able to kind of, do that. And it's important to say that, this is an important policy, but when it comes to gypsy traveller provision, it's got to be taken in the context of the wider housing policies and the policies for gypsy and traveller provision too. It should never be seen in isolation. And that's the way I would look at that. But as I said, it's an important point that we're probably about to go into more detail on shortly.
Okay, so I'm just noticing there's a slight difference in terms of the programme, in terms of where we are, but let's follow the order in terms of the plan, which brings us on to the travelling community, paragraph 3.17 onwards, strategic policy H5. So I just want to slow down a little bit before, typically I've jumped straight to the strategic policy, but here I just want to understand a few things. So we talked about paragraph 3.19, and I've got Mr. Hargreaves' explanation in terms of the uniqueness of Dacorum, in terms of provision being 36 pitches, public pitches, although there was also mention of 6 recent private pitches that have been approved and 1 temporary. So we have that as the picture in terms of the existing situation. Now, it probably is useful if the circumstances have changed since this version of the plan at 3.19 to reflect that we actually have 6 private pitches and 1 temporary pitch, in addition to the existing public provision, just to give a full and accurate account of what existing sites are. We have then some discussion in 320 and 321 in terms of different needs, if you like. We then, and this is where I just want to explore exactly what is said in terms of need and how the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment went about their methodologies. I know there are various critiques of it. I think it's important, and I believe I said the same in St Albans, that when we come to paragraph 3.22, because the Gypsy and Traveller Accommodation Assessment was a product of its time, because there has been a lot in recent years of case law and change to the planning definition of travellers, from my perspective, when we get to 3.22, that should clearly date that the GTAA was prepared under the planning policy for traveller sites 2023, I think it would have been. I think that is important to, if you like, date the evidence, given that there have been subsequent changes. Okay, if we then come on to table 4 and onwards, this deals with the different sort of returns, if I can call it that, or non-returns to the Egyptian traveller accommodation assessment work that, was it ORS? It is ORS that did it. So, and I just couldn't quite get my head around this. The ORS, Opinion Research Services, went out and interviewed a certain group of people. They weren't able to interview a certain group of people, a certain number of people. Can I just get the figures of everyone they attempted to interview, how many they successfully interviewed and how many they didn't? This is relevant to, I think, establishing what an accurate representation of need is.
Thank you, sirs. I'm just getting the particular reference up. So this is something we've dabbled with within our response. I mean, saying there is an inconsistency probably within the supporting text and within the table that we just want to clarify for you. On your particular point of how many were interviewed, that is set out within the appendices. I think the site in your appendix E. Oh no, that sets out the site and yard list. My apologies. So if I can look back at the table and maybe just square circle. So ORS have undertaken a number of studies and we're aware of that, and obviously their approach is consistent broadly with other ones, to which you've had that experience in St. Albans as well as a comparative. They went out and they sought to interview and requested interviews for all of those pitches that existed within the Dacorum, and so many agreed to do the interviews, and there were some that were unable to do the interviews for a variety of reasons. And following that study and taking account of all that feedback, obviously in the context of the 2023 definition of PPTS, we do have this summary of those that meet the definition, those that meet the definition and those that do not meet the definition. And within paragraph 6.3.5 of our statement, we've sought to clarify what the outcomes of that interview process meant in terms of those that met the 2023 definition. And in that, they determined from those interviews that of those that were interviewed, the need for 20 pitches met the definition. And there were need 21 that did not meet the definition. But for those that were unable to be interviewed, they had this undetermined figure of 30 pitches. And ORS's approach was, well, based on those that we interviewed, a certain percentage met and a certain percentage did not meet. They applied that same percentage to those 30 pitches that were undetermined to then say, well, they, based on that, well, I appreciate, it's their approach, and they have to come to a view on how they might square this circle, but just applying that proportional approach, that resulted in another 14 pitches. They said may meet the definition from those undetermined. So when you look at table 4 in the context, those totals there at the end, 34 pitches meet the definition, is ultimately the 20 that were interviewed plus the 14 assumed to meet the definition based on those that weren't interviewed. I hope that's helpful.
I see. That is a helpful clarification, because I couldn't quite understand why, and I think it is in Mr. Hargreaves' statement. There is a sort of implied total of 20, which I couldn't work out. But okay, so in the Egyptian Travel Accommodation Assessment, ORS went out, interviewed certain people, didn't interview others, worked out that on the interviewed people, 20 met the definition in the 2023 PPTS of traveller, 21 didn't, and then assumed the same proportion for those that they were unable to get in touch with, leading to, surely instead of 20, a total need based on ORSs of 37. Is that right?
So their view, based on table 4 and within the plans, their view is that they feel that it is appropriate to look to meet the needs of 30 or 34 pitches, and 37 are those that, in their view, did not meet the definition of 2023.
That's right on their account. So 34 is effectively, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, what you would say to be need. Is that correct?
We would look at it in the context of that. I think we do have to look at the evidence of, and again, indeed, I think Mr. Hargreaves expressed it too, that approach, that split of undetermined is probably subject to debate. And as I said, for us, how accurate is it to just apply it based on the percentage of those you did interview? And I guess that is one way of doing it. So in our view, we have spelled out within the plan the need for at least 34 pitches within that table. I think we do accept the point that I think the policy probably needs to make that more clear within it, what the requirement is. In terms of, yeah, and then there's a follow-on step about, well, how are we dealing with that need? And I guess, that's possibly a separate point.
So just to be clear, the council's position then is that over the plan periods, the need for, and when I say, and just to be abundantly clear, when I say traveller, I'm talking about the planning policy for traveller sites 2023 definition. I'm not talking about gypsies, I'm not talking about Irish travellers, I'm not talking about any other particular ethnicities or cultures. I'm talking about the planning policy definition of traveller. So if I say that, forgive me that it's a catch-all. In terms of the council's position in relation to travellers, then over the plan period, the need is for 34, and there is an undetermined, there is, the need for pitches is 34, as in table 4. What I can't understand is there are 37 remaining pitches from households that did not meet the definition. The NPPF sees their needs as being met as part of the general housing supply. So are those individuals that were on pitches that then they're not generating any future need. Those are existing pitches. I just struggle to understand. There are 37 existing pitches, but we have in 3.19 only 36 pitches. I can't quite work out.
I think, if I may, the existing context is as set out in 3.19, is that basically there's 36 pitches there. And I understand from ORS that they undertook 23 interviews in that. And as part of the process, yeah, those 36 pitches, we do recognise there is one temporary permission, and that is temporary, just to the south of Hemel Hempstead also. But we understand that person is seeking to be accommodated on one of the new allocated sites set within the policy, and I think that's appropriately reflected within Mr. Hargreaves. So of the 36 pitches as established, the need coming out of the ORS study in total, whether they meet the definition or do not meet the definition, is 71 pitches coming from that. And within that, ORS determined that those that did not meet the definition, 37 pitches need, would be dealt with through. Now, the approach to the policy is we are allocating to meet those that met the definition, or seeking to identify sites to meet the definition. We don't stop more sites from being considered, and as you'll have heard, the council has been quite proactive and positive in this, in looking at that and addressing that, and I think that is an important consideration. But there's a couple of factors around how we seek to meet that need, which is what we knew at the time we finalised this plan for Reg 19, a lack of sites specifically promoted for this. The council is trying to seek to deliver a strategy that does that, and seeks to deliver it through a mixture of allocations and a criteria-based approach.
Now, Mr. Hargreaves, I know your position is effectively that the starting point should be that there's a need for 71 pitches. Can you talk me through your position?
Yeah, thank you, Inspector. Maybe can I step back a bit, right, and make a point about the ORS accommodation needs assessment. What ORS do is start off with the existing supply of sites, authorised and otherwise, and they go and interview the people on there, right? In fact, they identified a couple of people who were living on the street near to the Three Cherry Tree site, yep. But what that doesn't include is the large number of gypsy people in housing. Now, according to the I haven't got the Dacorum local figure, but as far as you can interpret the 2021 census, 78% of those, and this is nationally in England, who identify as white gypsy, English gypsy or Irish traveller, are living in non-caravan essentially accommodation. Effectively, 78% are in housing or things related to it, right? Now, given what we know about Dacorum, the inability to respond to the growth in the population and the difficulty of being in authorising private sites, my understanding is that there's a lot of pressure on the social housing stock from the gypsy population in Dacorum. Now,
Sorry, no, if I can just pause on that point, I just want to be clear that that is the council's understanding as well, that the ORS methodology looked at existing authorised or unauthorised known traveller pitches, sites, didn't go as far as to interview anyone that was accommodated in bricks and mortar. Just want to make that just as a factual point, just want to get that clear. Thank you, Mr. Layden.
So within our evidence, HOU 05.1, I believe, gypsy travel needs, methodology does discuss engagement with bricks and mortar households, and their approach is set out within that paragraph 3.16 to 3.18, and I would say it's the approach that you would have probably heard through other, evidence and hearings on their approach. So I don't know if I need to repeat that again, but they do note that 2021 census recorded 67 households who identified as either gypsy traveller or Romana who lived in a house or bungalow, and 62 living in a flat or maisonette. And ORS apply a rigorous approach to making contact with bricks and mortar, as this is common issue raised at local planning examinations. Contact was sought through a range of sources, including the interviews with people on existing sites and yards, intelligence from the stakeholder interviews, information from housing registers, and other known knowledge and other local knowledge from stakeholders. Through this approach, GTA endeavoured to do everything to give households living in bricks and mortar the opportunity to make their views known. As a rule, ORS do not make any assumptions on the overall needs from households in bricks and mortar based on the outcome of the interviews that are completed, as in our experience, this leads to a significant overestimate of the number of houses wishing to move to a site or a yard. That's their position.
So ORS's position is that they were, I can't comment on what ORS's position. I can just comment on terms of what we know. What we know is that they were aware of travellers living in bricks and mortar, but didn't consciously include any estimated future need, because in their view, and I think you just set it out, that has the liability to artificially inflate needs.
And absolutely. And just to square the circle on this, within paragraph 7.24 of HOU 05.1, it does conclude that despite all the efforts that were made, it was not possible to identify and interview any households living in bricks and mortar.
Thank you. That was sort of a factual point, but that's correct, yeah. Mr. Hargreaves, continue.
Yes, can I, just to stress that, Inspector, with respect, I think the way ORS described their approach to trying to engage with travellers in housing at para, I think it's 317, is a pretty positive spin, right? You know, you need, travellers in housing tend to often keep their identities hidden. They don't identify themselves. I actually led an accommodation needs assessment, and we identified in another part of the country, and we identified a substantial level of need of wish, if possible, to move out of housing onto pitches, right? And my experience over the years submitting planning applications for gypsy people across the country is that a proportion of those applicants are from people within housing, right? So I would suggest that ignoring that group, that is a really, I mean, it's difficult and expensive methodologically, right? But it fundamentally undermines the soundness of the GTAA. Do you want me now to go on to the numbers?
Yes, please.
Having made that initial point.
Yep, absolutely noted. Yeah, numbers, please, would be very useful, yeah.
I've got to say, like you, sir, I was a bit confused, and I've kind of now clarified my position in a kind of way, right? Fundamentally, there are three strands in ORS's work, effectively: meet the definition, do not meet the definition, and uncertain, right? Uninterviewed, right? So there's an extremely high level of need in Dacorum because of a lot of it is about severe overcrowding on the Three Cherry Trees site, right? And you've heard about it in St Albans about the fire at Ver Meadows. We're in a dangerous position, right? So if you take the three strands, yes, the 20 pitches, it's clear they interviewed and they met. They were in need and met the definition, right? Then there's the second group of 37 who were in, this is my understanding, and it's a bit unclear, 37 households who were in need of accommodation but did not meet the definition as it was then based on the December 23 GTA planning policy for traveller sites, right? The definition has changed substantially since, right? So if I'm correct that those people were in need, but they did not meet the definition, what is the position now, right? Now, I would argue that you can think about them in three groups. People, if there were a lot of more social rented pitches, they would be allocated on basis of need, not a historic definition of who was a Gypsy traveller. In regard to pitches on private sites, who gets access to them tends to be the family who applied, their relations, friends, and also ability to pay. Nothing to do with nothing to do with the definition in reality. And thirdly, for any new applications which are permitted, that permission would need to be based on the current much wider definition. So in my view, all 37 people who are defined as not meeting the definition should be included as having needs. So that gives you 20 plus 37. And then there's the 30 undetermined. And the assumption that 14 would meet the definition is based on what they recorded here, that 47% of households in need met the definition. But we know, right, there's a couple of things you can say about that. I think I gave reference in a footnote to my, maybe a speaking note, that somewhere there's a reference, that actually that was untypically low, right? But then secondly, that was based on the historic definition, right? And because you restricted who you interviewed to people living in caravans, almost certainly those people would qualify for having a cultural tradition of nomadism or caravan dwelling. So in my view, the real level of need from the needs assessment should probably be 20 plus 37 plus 30, which is for 87 pitches.
Let's get the council's view on that. And I think it's fair to say that we're dealing with an older version of the planning policy for traveller sites, an older version of the MPPF, and in both instances, things have changed. I think in both instances, things have changed upwards. So I can, there's it's a little bit of understanding to the council who would have prepared this at a certain point in time. But I think your points are valid, Mr. Hargreaves. Can I get your comments? Anything you'd like to say, Mr. Layden, on that? And in particular, what that need figure should be?
Thank you, sirs. First and foremost, I completely respect, the feedback to date, and I understand the challenging position that, find ourselves in the context of the planning system and the planning definition and how it's changed since this plan was finalised. First and foremost, having regard to the needs figure, I think as a minimum, I would say it should be, in light of everything we say and it's being with the transitional arrangements and where we stand and trying to get plans adopted, but equally with that, trying to delivering those step changes. And I think this plan is doing that for the Gypsy and Traveller community. It's starting to look at the next step that goes beyond the 2 existing authorised sites. And when looking at the needs, obviously the evidence has determined at least 20, and what you will see within our table 4, we said that, that meet the definition is 34. Broadly comfortable with either on that, and depending on your view, which one is appropriate. But within table 4, we do identify 34, and maybe that's an appropriate figure for this plan. And I think we do have to put in the context that indeed you'll have seen key issues from a wider range of stakeholders with regards to wider housing needs and how we need to be planning under the new system and looking to deliver a step change even more with regards to all housing needs. And we've looked at that in the context too of, how we deal with the next steps. And I note in particular that, there's a push and impetus from government to look at Dacorum to start reviewing or looking at the new plan under the new system later this year. And obviously that will need to consider quite quickly the new definition or the 2024 definition. So in my view, there is comfort on the horizon about, whether they meet or do not meet the definition that later this year, we're not stepping away. When it comes to the sites, within our policy, we've identified 3 sites which amount to 20 pitches. And that has been informed, by site assessment, B, through various corporate sites, and it's an important point from my perspective that for the entirety of this plan, particularly since I stepped in 2018-19, there wasn't a single site specifically promoted for gypsy traveller provision to be considered in that. Just for points of clarity, when we finalised this plan, 2 new sites were promoted and identified at the Regulation 19 stage, at which point we had already sought to believe the plan was finalised. So when we look at the needs and we look at what we are doing and looking in the context of the existing position that we do have two authorised sites, and indeed we do have to respect the horrible kind of situation that occurred at our meadows, near neighbours, we do appreciate that. And we look at what we are trying to do within Dacorum. So looking at those 3 allocations, we know that west of Hemel has got permission in section 106. Agreed, and that's currently now starting to build out, and the detailed reserve matters for that are now done. And we know that the second site, Marchman Farm, which is an allocation with our plan, is seeking to deliver a further 5 pitches. And then that we understand indeed from Mr. Hargreaves' statement that they've had positive discussions with the council about securing that provision, for the needs in the area. And then we're looking at a longer term allocation, North Hemel Hempstead growth area, which is a more medium to long term solution. But then, as is rightfully said, we look at what else is happening outside of the allocations. And since Reg 19, and again, it's an important point for us that a lot happened at Reg 19. What happened is we had 2 sites identified, promoted to us at that stage, both of which I believe now are subject to live planning applications, and I believe and understand they should be determined before this plan is adopted. We also have 3 other sites which have received permission, which totals 6 pitches as well. And one of them is near Margate, 5 pitches are on 2 adjacent sites near Flamstead. And what that means is right now we have 3 sites with permission to serve the needs in the short term, and we have a 4th site with a resolution grant at Marchman Farm to deliver more. We are looking in total there of 4 sites in total in the short term to cater for needs. And then, just to be very clear, there are 3 other sites that, again, I think was referred to within Mr. Hargreaves' statement, but still to be determined in the system. And 2 of those, as I said, were as promoted at the Regulation 19 stage. And these total further, if we just total, that's 11 pitches, 6 near to Kings Langley and 5 near to Berkhamsted.
Okay, I think, is that information in your hearing statement? Because I'm I'm getting to the point where I think as a minimum, even on the ORS data and what's there in table 4, even on that evidence, the minimum requirement is 34 pitches. And I think you almost said as much, Mr. Layden. So I think, and I know obviously there are various arguments that is a lot higher, so I'm keeping those in my mind, but I think simply reflecting on table 4, the evidence, we've got a minimum figure of 34. I think that is probably agreed. I still can't work out quite why there are 37 remaining pitches, as in paragraph 3.26 compared to 3.19. And then various things have happened, obviously. Mr. Hargreaves has referred to 6 pitches, 6 private pitches and 1 temporary pitch having been permitted. I'm not sure how they relate to any need that was evidenced in the ORS study or not. And Mr. Layden, you've just referred to various changes that happened around Regulation 19 sites that were brought forward, some that are in the system, some that have got permission. I'm not sure if they're the same ones as Mr. Hargreaves referred to. So I think there are a few points of clarity that we need to know, probably through a note on those things. The rub comes when we look at strategic policy H5, table 5, where we're looking at the number of pitches. And this is where I got a little bit confused in terms of, well, what is the requirement you're going for? Because that amounts to 20. So it seems to be the way that is being proposed to meet what is a minimum acknowledged need of 34 is allocations of 20 and then a new traveller site criterion-based policy. Now, on the face of it, even with the planning policy for sites, planning policy for traveller sites 2023, it speaks of, I'm trying to remember the paragraph number in my mind, but I can't. It speaks of where there is an acknowledged need, meeting that need through allocations. And so that's where there's a bit of a rub in terms of if your evidence is saying that's 34, the way in which that should, as per the planning policy for traveller sites, be met is through allocations, but we only have allocations for 20, if I'm right in that. But potentially we have other commitments or things that have been permitted in the meantime. I'm not sure how those relate to needs. So I'm getting to the point where I do think that probably all needs to be set out quite clear. I don't know what Mr. Birkinshaw thinks, but just to be absolutely clear what the evidence is in that respect.
Thank you. Absolutely, we'll happily take those points on board. And again, if you feel it necessary, we are happy to prepare some additional evidence and note on this. It is set out within our evidence, our response to matters 6, issue 6, question 3. How is it being met? And the strategy of our approach is that we felt we hadn't done all that we can when we finalised this plan to identify sufficient sites to be allocated in the plan, and that the remainder would be dealt with through a criteria-based approach. That was the strategy. But reflecting on the fact that, what's the minimum requirement, we felt that given that ORS had identified through interviews, it was a confirmed definitive 20 pitches for those that met the definition, but then that there was a further 14 from those that were undetermined, that weren't interviewed, that ORS felt may meet the definition. And it's for that we said, well, our approach is that we'll allocate 20 pitches to meet those that were interviewed and that definitely met the definition. And then we would set a criteria-based approach for anything beyond that. And again, having regard to the lack of available sites or sites promoted to us at the time, and understand that within R1, we do have, as within table 5 of the policy, sites there for 20 pitches. Then, as we both referred to, there's more recent permissions. Now, I would say they count towards that overarching requirement. So we have these 3 further sites, which have received permission, totaling 6 pitches. So if you were to, in theory, include them within the table as a modification, and say that those sites will also contribute towards meeting the needs, then that would be a total of 26 pitches. Now, if we were to look back at table 4 and say that, well, how far does that go towards meeting the 34? We are still, making really significant grounds across 6 new sites to meet the needs of existing 2 sites. Is how far more should we be going on that? Do we need to be going more? And then I just point again that, well, what else is currently in the system? There's 3 more live applications that are being considered right now. And I expect them to be determined before this plan is adopted in the context of, PPTS as it currently stands. They're being considered on that basis. So it may be, I don't want to speculate too much or prejudice the process, but it may be that we do identify further supply before this plan is adopted, through other applications. Now that might mean that we could be looking at 6, 7, 8, 9 sites, in the borough, which either have permission or are allocated, contributing towards meeting needs.
Again, I think I know what you're going to say, Mr. Hart. So I think that's helpful. I think it would be really useful to have just the current state of play set out in a note, because I'm struggling to get there at the moment. I think Mr. Hogg, so we've got the, we're on to sort of table 5, and I know you may have some points around it, but, and I've very much noted your points both about the changing definition in policy and the methodological approach in terms of travellers in bricks and mortar. Those points are very, very well registered. If I can ask you just in terms of the allocations and commitments, and possibly also the new traveller sites criterion in this policy. Obviously, you would want to see the overall requirement, a minimum of, sorry, is it 78, 84? Anyway, you'd want to see that, and we'll take that. We'll think about that and the overarching arguments. But in terms of the construction of policy H5, what would you say about the allocated and committed sites? And what would you say about the criteria on new traveller sites?
Right, in regard to the H5, the table 5 allocations, right? I have a couple of, well, one is the North Hemel Hempstead, much of the development is post 2041, right? And given that the majority of the development is, or large majority of the development, as I understand it, it's not my specialist area, is post 2041, and the way Section 106s tend to be constructed, the timing of that provision tends to be late. I would make the case that we should be treating North Hemel Hempstead as post 2041 out with this plan, right? And that's underlined by my really strong kind of reservations in a number of ways about the way councils are approaching having significant identified needs and then saying, oh, we'll put it in the garden city, we'll put it in the urban extension, there's enough pain there already, we'll throw in the traveller site, right? Now, that is, the record of delivery on such sites is extremely poor, right? And the obvious reason for that is developers don't welcome saying, you know, having a traveller site near housing they're trying to sell. The only example of a site I've got any direct involvement in, which was actually delivered, was on the north side of Chelmsford, and where eventually a 10-pitch site was delivered, and it's on the back of a large urban extension, which included jumping the golf course on the north side of Chelmsford North. But one of the reasons it worked was the landowner, or the combination of landowners, had enough land that they could offer a site for the traveller site, you know, 3/4 of a mile away from the nearest executive housing. So, and that's not the case in most of these contexts. Now, I really acknowledge, as far as I understand it, that there's been something of a lag between the planning permissions for Marchmont Farm and west of Hemel and the signing of Section 106 agreements. And my understanding, to be fair to Dacorum, is that it's trying hard to make sure they're delivered. But there are real questions about, well, how is that going to be funded? What type of provision will be provided, right? I mean, and I suppose what I think we need to do, or you need to do with respect, is ask the council to do a review of the potential sites for allocations. And as part of that, to provide the evidence about the certainty of the delivery from those two sites, the tenure, the funding. So given the nationwide extremely poor delivery record on new traveller sites associated with urban extensions and the like, that we have a degree of certainty, yes, this is going to happen in Hemel, right? That's my thinking about the table 5 allocations. Can I just carry on, or do you want to come back to me, sir?
Well, so that's certainly I'll come on to the council for what they want to say. I would very much like your views on new traveller sites criteria. This may be what you're coming on to, because I had some points in terms of I'm not sure what existing local provision and the availability of alternative sites does beyond qualifying what the need for that provision is. So I had some points that I wanted to raise. Can I get your view, anything you wanted to say on criterion 4 as well? And then we'll go to the council. I'll make some points, and then I think we need a little break before we move on. But yes, Mr. Hargreaves.
Sorry, on strand 4 of the strategic policy, I question whether, I don't think A is necessary. What we're hearing is that there's a substantial level of need, and Dacorum is in a particularly difficult situation in meeting that need. So A is redundant. Your job, in a way, our job is to say how that's going to be met. I've never heard of a criterion like B before. It's like one of these woolly things which might offer a reason for somebody, a ground to refusal. It's unclear what it means, and it seemed to me to overlap with the policy requirement that traveller sites should not be, disproportionate to the nearest settled community stuff. So I would kind of say, and I suppose the context for these thoughts is that Dacorum is going to have a hard job meeting its traveller needs. We don't want to put in place inappropriate barriers, right? And what is in the policy must be rooted in national policy. Located close to local services and facilities. That's again one of these things which can offer grounds for refusal. It's covered already in the sustainability criteria at para 13 of PPFTS. Sub-criteria 15, I agree with, right? It's sensible good practice, yeah? And it goes back to the historic guidance on best practice in site design, which was withdrawn, but from that, I think it was from 2009. But that's quite sensible. I significantly agree with E, apart from the words particularly for pedestrians, which should be deleted. Travellers tend to be car and van dependent and can often only acquire sites in more rural locations where pedestrian access is difficult. And I welcome, I've given you some wording on 4EV and 5. I welcome in principle 4E5. And as you know, I've suggested a wording to make sure that we get pictures which are big enough to meet people's needs. Secure pitches of a sufficient size to accommodate at least one static and one touring caravan, parking and storage and amenity space for the needs of the occupants. And this point, and to meet the requirements for 6 meters spacing between caravans, right? Because there's a real danger of overcrowding sites and then being at risk of not meeting the licensing standards, which we know from Ver Meadows are really important.
Thank you. Mr. Layden, and it won't surprise you that in various respects, what Mr. Hargreaves has set out in terms of the consistency of those criteria, we're probably quite aligned in terms of our thinking. But Mr. Layden, your thoughts?
Well, thank you. I think the feedback is helpful, and it's important that we do take that into account. And if I may, I've probably got just 3 points, I think, if I can. And the first one is just about the reference to, obviously, HMO and the North Hemel allocation and the delivery of that. The expectation within this policy is dealing with the planned period. And obviously, you're examining the soundness of that allocation as part of the examination of the plan. So it's for you to consider. But it is our view that we see that as one that should be coming forward and being delivered within the planned period as part of the expectation that that site would deliver 1,500 homes more widely. So that one is with you. I think just with regards to the points on delivery of West Hemel and Marchmont Farm, obviously reference made to the section 106. I think just a point on clarity on that. They have taken a long time, yes, but they were equally caught by the Habitats Regulations assessment. They were at quite an advanced stage in the planning process, and they were caught, so they needed to address the Habitats Regulations assessment, and therefore there was a period of time where they had to go in and identify and secure mitigation, which is one of the reasons why those sites have not come forward as quickly as intended. On the matter of the sites, and again, this is where I feel we are probably in a rock and a hard place. Mr. Hargreaves has raised points about what allocations can often struggle, and developers struggle to deliver these sites. And this is where we kind of go, in our view, we go back to when we were trying to finalise this plan, saying, well, we've got needs, and we look at what sites are being promoted to us for various forms. And this is where we've struggled to identify any sites. No sites were specifically identified to say, please look at this, except for only through the Regulation 19 stage, by the time the plan was being finalised. And then our alternative is to, well, what other option do we have? We've got to look at some of our other sites and ability to see whether or not we can get those to include, make provision for the needs, and whether we can identify that. So it's just an important point that said this is the hard balance. That I think that we absolutely respect and understand that. I think the preference all around is that specific sites in the right locations that are dealing with those needs would make the most sense from a context of suitable, available, and deliverable. You know, we weren't aware of any when the time that this was, you know, such sites were there when we finalised the plan. And hopefully our evidence is clear enough in terms of all the sites and where we've discounted them. When it comes to looking at the points on point 4, I think we'll take away and any other points you might have on that. I think from my perspective, I've been party to engagement with, you know, there was 2 workshop events I've been party, and I think we made reference to it in our statements. The workshop events where we engaged and understood the requests, the requirements, where we have, you know, what sort of sites we should be planning for, the size, the scale of them. We haven't tried to be overly prescriptive in terms of the tenure, who should manage it, who should own it, whether it should be private or public. Tonally, and again, without drawing reference too much to other plans in our area, the allocations and the number of pitches in here are relatively small compared to other sites. So we know that in St. Albans, the land east of Hemel, they're looking for pitch or sites and allocations for up to 20. We've deliberately put ours at a point that is more suited to being more private. And reflecting that point, I think in particular, we haven't sought to say, let's, you know, we sought to kind of deliver a balance there in terms of what we are looking at and saying that should be something more commensurate with a private site in terms of how it will operate and function. And equally with that, we've taken on board the kind of criteria for, you know, the scales and plots and the sizes like that. It's not within the policy, because again, that might be a level of detail that's overly prescriptive, but when coming to the view on the strategy and what we should be looking at, we most certainly have had regard to those engagement in those workshops where a lot of this material was shared with us and discussed with us before we finalise this plan. So absolutely, any other feedback you wish to provide on it, appreciate it.
No, okay, okay, and I think that's fair. In terms of criterion 4, our view is that criterion 4A isn't necessary because it embroils and potentially differentiates from any other form of housing, traveller provision to consider local provision, the availability of alternative sites and to demonstrate need, which I don't think is in any sense justified. Criterion B, distributed in a dispersed pattern around settlements. I don't think that's particularly clear in terms of, well, if one site comes forward, can it in itself be distributed in a dispersed pattern? I don't think that aids anything in terms of clarity. As Mr. Hargreaves said, located close to local services and facilities there is a reference in the PPTS in terms of location and locational accessibility of traveller sites. I'm not sure, again, that adds anything. Not in excess of 15 pictures. I recognise what's been said, and there was a reference, I forget which PPS it was, to that, or which guidance. I'm not sure that necessarily serves a function. I'm not sure it's harmful. But I would think, well, I would tend towards deleting criterion A, B, and C, and looking closely at alignment of 1 to 4, and that point particularly for pedestrians. If you're in a rural environment, that may not be achievable, and that is justified as per the PPTS 2023. So I think about removing that. In summary, though, I think we need a note that looks to update paragraph 3 points. So this is just for the record, so you can listen to my boring voice on the tape again, should you so wish. Update paragraph 3.19 so that we know what the current circumstances are in terms of, so this will be a note covering an update to that based on what the current circumstances are. That note should also, in my view, for my sanity, explain what is meant by paragraph 3.26 and potentially suggest any modifications there. This is the 37 remaining pictures, which didn't even exist in the first place, so I can't get my head around that. There would need to be an update in terms of any new sites, any that change category from allocations to commitments. I don't think there are any like that, but any new sites that have come forward. In terms of strategic policy H5, there are a few things to do. I think we have in our minds all the arguments that have been made. We will look at this note as a minimum. In my view, that needs to be a minimum of 34 pictures, but that is effectively a starting point. We'll have to reflect on everything that's been said and on that note. And you have very clearly, hopefully, our thoughts on criterion 4. So from my perspective, for as far as we can take it now, and we will do what we need to do in terms of fairness or any comments on anything to do with this. But is there anything else anyone wants to say that we haven't enabled on policy H5? Mr. Hargreaves.
Sorry to labour points, sir. I suppose one point would be the point that you took very much in St Albans, that site allocations in the green belt for Gypsy and Traveller should be taken out of the green belt and allocated for traveller use only. I guess, I mean, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Clearly, well, I've made the case that the need is as much as 87, less the 6 pitches that have permanent planning permission. If we take out, North Hemel Hempstead, because I think that's going to, I think let's learn from the first 2, you know, before, and that's likely to be post 2041 anyway, and let's see if the other two actually are delivered. That leaves a big gap, you know, and I mean, sorry, this is obvious, but it seems to me, well, it's obvious that we will need a review of potential allocations from the council with room to respond on that, and potentially have to come back again to this room in front of you to firm up the allocations. And I've offered, I mean, I've given, in the appendix to our speaking note, I've given you some suggestions. We've added in a couple more suggestions. And just on behalf of clients, one of those sites, I mean, you've got them in front of you, but one of those sites at Chipperfield Road, Bovingdon, I provided a plan. I kind of had misunderstood or been not clearly briefed, and the piece of land is actually bigger than what I've shown on that plan, and I can, you know, correspond with Mr. Layden about that in that. But in short, I think we need a comprehensive list of potential allocations, a proper assessment of them, and for that then to come forward into the major modifications. I think we should be doing that now rather than wait for the next iteration of the plan circuit.
Thank you. And as I mean, you mentioned St Albans, where we did come back for an additional hearing. I think what we did there is, in the eventuality we need to do that, based on what we've seen, we would communicate that, of course, with anyone, and make sure that everything is fair in that respect. But I think from where we are, from where things stand now, there's a lot for, I'm going to go and drink a lot of coffee and think a lot about what has been said. The council have a lot of work to do in terms of the justification and thinking about policy H5. So with that said, I would like to just take a 5-minute break, unless there's anything else on policy H5. I think we do need, unfortunately, sorry, that was the wrong word, to get through the remaining policies before lunch to leave sufficient time. But I think I'm right in saying, given that we've covered housing for older people, travelling community points very clearly put, this should be a quicker session. So we might have a slightly later lunch, but I'm sure we'll get there. Okay, so we'll just break for 5 minutes. If anyone wants to stay, they're very welcome. If anyone wants to leave, they're also very, very welcome to do so. Come back at 1:45 or thereabouts. Okay, thank you. Let's adjourn. Thank you. Okay. Therefore, let's resume. We're on H6, which is accessible and adaptable homes. There was also a comment I made, wasn't there, in terms of H2, which also deals with, which deals with nationally described space standards. So I just wanted to mention that again, but that's not an accessible and adaptable homes where there's one representation I've seen, which is Mr. Berendt, in terms of the justification for 5% in terms of M32A, and not to steal your thunder, and thank you for your patience waiting here, but it seems to be that your position is, with reference to the local housing needs assessment, that threshold should be 2%. I think that's what I've seen. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, sir. I think it's just in terms of the threshold and how that relates back to the points within the evidence base. In terms of the evidence for supporting a need is largely based on the sort of national data from the English Housing Survey, except that that's often used within this data because it is a difficult area to assess in terms of those needs and what's needed locally. But I think part of it comes back from conversations had with our members in terms of actually not seeing the level of need or come through in terms of what's people who are actually looking to purchase those homes in terms of market housing, the wheelchair, and then looking at the data again in terms of the evidence and seeing that there's elements saying, well, actually, there's when you look at people who need wheelchair users in their own home, is significantly lower than the need for those who use outside the home. Again, I reference that in terms of our hearing statements, in terms of the paragraph. So it really was just that alignment between what I'm hearing, and that's purely anecdotal, sir, in terms of evidence is saying, well, actually, we're not seeing the demand for that on the ground, and how that relates to the evidence, and really just looking through as to how that is, and making sure that there is alignment there, and just really from the council as to how they've taken into account the fact that there will be people who actually may need a wheelchair outside, but actually don't need it inside, and whether that's impacting on the need. Thank you, sir.
I think that's fair, and I think really that is the only line of table 6 that is, stands out in any sense, because obviously if you're looking at wheelchair user accessible where the council is responsible for nominating someone, that's a different product. We've got M41 and M42, which are well known. Can I get the council's view on that, whether that 5% threshold is justified by the evidence as put by Mr. Berendt? Thank you.
Thank you, sirs. So yes, it is our view that the requirement 5% is an important one. As set out in our evidence, particularly table 9.23 of our local housing needs assessment, which is HOUO 1.1, you will see within that the projected need is going to increase over the plan period. So the current need is 429. The projected need from 2021 to 2041 is 580. The total current and future need is 1,009. And if you look at that table, you will see that our need is the highest in Dacorum, the highest in South West Hertfordshire of any of the neighbouring authorities, and by some way, I think, too. There's the next nearest in terms of demand, I believe, is St. Albans with 737. So that's still some way short of our 1,000 on that. That's an important consideration. So as a higher proportion of social housing tenants require wheelchair user adaptable dwellings when compared to owner occupiers, the proportion of M43 homes required on schemes for market homes is already less than required for affordable homes, where the council is responsible for allocating a person to live in that dwelling. Therefore, the council is ensuring that demand is reflected in the requirements of policy H6. It is also important to meet the identified needs. The LHNA advises the council councils within South West Hertfordshire could seek up to 5% of all new market homes to be M43 compliant. Now, it's an up to figure in that context, and I do think we have to kind of recognise how and where it applies. But that's the basis for our justification, and given that our needs are the highest in the housing market area, given that the advice is up to, and given that we're the highest, it is, you know, square in a circle there. We should be looking to what we most need, being closest to that 5% figure. And that's been subject to viability testing, et cetera, and found to be deliverable. So that's the reason justification for it on market housing.
I think there's another way of approaching this, which is that, as you know by now, I mean, we're weak, I forget which week into proceedings, but where there are hard or very precise thresholds that sort of flags up in our minds, well, where's the justification of this? And that I can understand that's, you know, filtered through your housing assessment and your viability work up to 5%, 5% okay, we're talking 6 and 2 4s. But I wonder if in terms of the overarching requirement, so that's in criterion 1, in order to use the council will require that a proportion of new housing is designed to be accessible and adaptable as could be as indicated in the table below, unless evidence suggests otherwise, or that would be unfeasible. Now, in part, the reason that I'm suggesting that is there are instances where you can't achieve that, for example, a historic building, and there may be circumstances, like Mr. Barron said, where a particular typology is coming forward, where that proportion of a certain type of standard is just not feasible for the context. So I wonder, actually, I mean, I understand both perspectives, but I wonder if sort of common ground could be found with a caveat like that in criterion 1.
Yes, I think in terms of the policy itself, I think you could actually saying it up to 5% may well be one way of looking at it, because I do think the evidence tends to point more towards if looking at the LHNA in terms of table 9.24, which talks about numbers of wheelchair users, but wheelchairs users all the time, and those are indoor and outdoor. And I think this is the difficulty in terms of the evidence, is that it's not necessarily clear. So I do think some form of assessment, say up to, in terms of that would be helpful. I think in terms of the viability and the topography, I do think actually the policy states, I think in the second paragraph of part 1, this will take into account the overall scheme viability and site-specific factors such as vulnerability, flooding, and topography. So I think those are key issues and important issues to take into account. But I do think potentially what you were saying, sir, about the feasibility may well be important to reflect within that. I don't, would also then link back to PPG, which does talk about the feasibility of development in terms of that as well as in this. So that might be a way of linking the two together, sir.
Okay. No, thank you. And I think it's always a tough balance, given there is some evidence that, I mean, I don't particularly like up to, because, you know, up to 100% of people enjoy local plan examinations. But I think that would introduce too much flexibility there. And as the council has pointed out, there is some evidence that points to that bracket being broadly justified. But what I would say, I think, is important at the end of paragraph 1 to say something like, unless evidence indicates otherwise, or that would be unfeasible. I think that probably squares the circle. That's as far as we need to go on that one. And I'm not sure, and this is maybe not soundness, but criterion 2, where possible, M42 and M43 housing should be located close to good public transport, local amenities, health services, and town, district, or local centres. Within sight, so there's a preference for those types of more accessible housing within a site to be located close to good public transport. But then the spatial strategy is to locate development where it is in good proximity to local public transport. So I don't, from my perspective, criterion 2 doesn't particularly add anything and potentially causes some confusion. So Yeah, so it could just be deleted. Okay, was there anything on anything else on H6? No, so that leaves us H7, exception sites. Does anyone want to speak to H7? Okay. And I may be stealing again your thunder, like I've stolen the thunder of your neighbour. But what we couldn't quite get our heads around is, okay, you've listed where exception sites may be acceptable, and understandably those are the small villages and first home exception sites. We didn't necessarily understand the rationale for that specific requirement, given that there may be other rural exception sites that may be acceptable, whereas that would bind someone only in those locations. We didn't quite understand the justification with reference to consistency with national policy in that respect.
Thank you, sir. This one, I think, very, very briefly, is probably something that's being carried forward a bit from the previous plan in terms of its approach to this. I think we are mindful of I think I've been part of plans where it's more broad and then less constrained in terms of locations. I think equally at the same time, when you look at what national policy says with regards to the definition of rural exception sites, and by this seeking to add further local detail to that, you know, to say, well, how does that NPPF definition apply at the local scale? And by this is actually those kind of areas are probably areas we would not normally support it when you look at probably the strategy as a whole, insofar as looking at the edge of some of these settlements that aren't infill, basically. So in one way, it can be seen as being consistent with the definition of rural exception sites, but equally take the point that in other circumstances, it can be a very, very open approach plans can take with regards to locationally where rural exception sites apply. So again, this is welcoming your feedback on this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, that was very carefully pitched commentary there, I think. But in terms of our position, given that there may be opportunities through exception sites to meet affordable housing, given that we've talked about affordable housing and the 25% and 40% thresholds will not likely deliver full needs, I can't see why there's a particular justification for the geographic sort of specificity there. So I understand your perspective, but I think where we're coming out is that it would potentially lead you to be hostage to fortune if there was a scheme that was acceptable, but just wasn't in one of those locations, but was in all other respects absolutely fine. And you probably as a council want to allow that, but therefore would be bound not to. So that's probably where we're coming out. I'm sorry, Miss Reid, if I've stolen your thunder.
No, that's okay. Welcome to steal my thunder on that point. Completely agree. That's the point we were going to make. I just wanted to quickly take you to the PPG guidance on rural exception sites, paragraph 11. I can read out the full reference if you need it. It does say in there that as set out in National Planning Policy Framework, rural exception sites can come forward in any rural location. In my view, that's quite a clear steer on what the NPPF means, and therefore this criteria is not justified and not consistent with national policy.
Okay, thank you. I think the council know our position on that. And the only other point that jumped out at me on rural exception sites was table 7, the number of homes by type location, up to 10 at certain areas, in others up to 15. Given that we've indicated that we don't think there is a particular justification for the spatial dimension of it, that table probably falls away. Now, I know you may say that you want to sort of put an expectation in terms of numbers, but I'm not sure that would be consistent with the framework either, as there's no particular threshold that I'm aware in of in the MPPF or in the PPG that talks about a certain number. So I just have a reflect on that. Okay. Does that lead us on to H8? Okay. A good flavour of PPS 7 in here, which is understandable. I mean, I've read it and reread it, and the only 2 points really that stood out to me is the MPPF talks of rural workers rather than agricultural and forestry workers. And in fact, in criterion 1, you've got rural workers, which I think there's a body of case law that suggests that rural worker is broader than agricultural and forestry, but that's a minor point. But I would encourage consistency there. Criterion 5, I mean, the rest is all very logical. Okay, I've been through it with a fine-tooth comb, but criterion 5, again, this may be just a phraseological thing. Associated with the business, applications for the removal of an occupancy condition related to rural workers associated with the business will only be permitted in exceptional circumstances. Now that introduces a new test, and I understand why that's there. Obviously, you know, rural worker ties going is an issue, but that would not be consistent with policy, just in terms of introducing that level of exceptionality. So, any other points anyone has on H8? Okay. What do we have any other? So we've got H9 and H10, which we talked about previously, didn't we? Okay. I think that's the end of my questions on this elongated morning session. Did anyone else have anything they wanted to raise on the selection of policies we were here for this morning? No? Okay, well, thank you very much for bearing with us. Not too far out of time. We'll adjourn. We'll come back at 2 when we're talking about overall housing requirements, overall housing supplies, and 5-year housing land supply. Okay, thank you. Let's adjourn back at 2.